this coming weekend on Saturday, our deal of the day is an almost identical kit featuring genuine freshwater culture pearls and sterling silver stardust beads as well. We are going to be selling the kit for under £20. We do have a massive quantity, but again, it's going to be massively popular. So make sure that you tune in for our summer wedding show this coming weekend on Jewellery Maker.
Good afternoon, jewellery makers. I've just realised we're wearing
matching.
Oh my goodness! The bridesmaids are here. Do not you worry. Hello, everybody. Lovely to see you today. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky, and I'm joined by the glorious Gemma Crow. Hello, lovely.
Hello.
You look incredible today.
Thank you. It's
You
lovely getting ready
really
for
do.
us. Like, I'm not a wedding guest this year at all, so I thought I'm going to do it today.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
And you've got it perfectly on point today. Now,
Yes.
we're starting right over here.
Yes.
Because it's a bit of a special one today, isn't it?
Oh, it is. What amazing kits. Amazing. Oh, I've just had the best time. 4 days solid I've been on these. Just because I
Really?
couldn't leave them alone. They were lovely.
Now, we've already had on this morning's show your Swarovski crystals for you. Today, I have even a bigger amount than we have on the morning. This is a huge amount you got, isn't it?
Yeah, I had the most beautiful examples, really stunning, and it's such a pleasure to use them. You know, I've not used them before, so it was really lovely to put them in. They just add that twinkle and sparkle.
And they do it so
They do,
beautifully.
they
Gem, have you worked with these before?
No.
Never, ever,
No,
ever? Not
no.
even just in your own time?
No,
Never?
replicas I've used before.
Yeah?
But when I first started out, but not since I've been here actually, no. So yeah, it's exciting.
And how were they to work with?
Just absolutely divine, and they just, well, I can see them sparkling, you know, from here.
Yeah.
And they're just gorgeous. And I mean, the colour I got, this beautiful champagne colour,
Stunning.
is beautiful as well, and works so well in with the golds, and it's sort of subtle but blingy. It's everything you want, really. It just is wonderful.
It's incredible. And I have to say that this is a very well-known brand. I'm sure we will all have... I can't actually think of the last time I've looked in a magazine and haven't seen a Swarovski, product or kind of sales page. It is such a big, well-known brand. And one of the things that I think is so great about it is that massive myriad of colours, shapes, sizes that you can get.
Yeah.
And you really do have a big selection here, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. A massive selection. You can really make them the feature of a piece, or you can use them to accent your other your pieces as well. So that's what's really lovely. They're versatile in that way too. Because I mean, we've got to get used to them as well, haven't we? We haven't worked with them before, so I think this is a really, in this kit in particular, it's a really great introduction because some of the pieces are using Swarovski crystals, you know, as a main component, and some are accenting the other organics and things in the kit, which is beautiful.
And you can see how beautifully they've tied in together as well.
Yeah.
They really do just work epically well together. Now, if I just grab these tweezers, I'll be able to show you these stunning gems I have for you. These lovely crystals here. Now, the colour is the most impactful thing for me on these straight away.
Yeah.
This absolutely stunning kind of golden champagne hue that we have here. That's incredible, isn't it? Wow. Champagne colours you've got going across here, that golden, beautiful hue all the way across these. And these, ladies and gentlemen, are in that beautiful rhombus shape with those facets upon them. 6mm is your size on these, and you're actually getting 12 in a pack. The interesting thing with these is, because they have so much sparkle, not only kind of externally with the lustre, but also you can see that work almost on the inside. It almost reminds me of Venus hair, actually, the appeal you're getting with these. You don't need a huge amount to get a really bold look, but you're actually getting 12, so that is a big amount, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And considering the impact that they have, yeah, it is.
Yeah. Let me show you again, that's not even all of them, but just to give you an effect of the amount of kind of glorious sparkle you get with these. And I love how you don't just get one flat colour.
No.
There are golds and bronzes and antique hues running through this, aren't there?
There are. It's like looking through a glass of champagne, you know, and all that sparkle. They are absolutely beautiful.
They really are.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about workability with these. I just want to look. Wow, drill hole wise.
A very ample drill hole and consistent, which is really lovely, especially when you're going for your sparkly gemstones. It's often, you know, you don't get your consistent drill hole, you get a really small drill hole. This really opens it up, because I got the 0.6, even 0.8 will go through some of those, which is fantastic.
Yeah. That is incredible look that we have on this one, ladies and gents. But that is not your only amount. I'm also going to be bringing you the hearts.
Yeah, which are lovely.
Now that is perfect for our Just Married theme today, isn't it? Let me just show you one first off. Now, really nice size on these, not over the top at all, but superbly dramatic and dynamic. Again, it's got that same workmanship, that same effect upon it, so that it gives you that real nice myriad of hues on this with the golds and those antiques. What you have with this is big size, 8 by 7, and again, you're getting a pack of 12 on these ones. Drill hole going from the cleavage point right down to the peak, so they will sit as a heart if you're using them, you know, on the likes of a head pin. I'll show you a few more of them together, because I want you to be able to just appreciate the glow and the glory and the beauty of these. And they really are captivating, aren't they?
They are, yeah. And they're that classic shape. And the cuts on them are cut so that you get the maximum sparkle. You know? It's amazing. The cuts are, there's not a million cuts on there, but somehow they're cut in such a way that you get that maximum effect.
You get a huge amount of sparkle from these, and I bet the heart shape, quite a big seller actually, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course. It's you know, it's one of those symbols, isn't it? It represents friendship, love, all those things, milestones. It's just a genuinely accepted symbol of love, isn't it?
Completely. So a really glorious look you're going to get with those ones today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now going to bring on the additions of the wire for this, and I have to say, the colour-wise, is idyllic, isn't it?
Perfect. That buttery gold is, it's absolutely perfect.
Look at those together. So I'm going to bring you all of this wire. Look how idyllic that is. I don't think you could get a better match, to be honest.
No, you couldn't. You couldn't.
So I've got for you here, first things first, 100 metres worth of your 0.25 and 10 metres worth of the 1.5. Now I know you're a big fan of working with the larger gauges.
Yes.
Do you think they work nicely alongside this?
Yeah, absolutely. They're great for giving you some structure or structured pieces. I mean, I've used the 1.5 for the neckline piece, one of the neckline pieces, just to give me that bold structure. And because you don't need much when it comes to these Swarovski crystals, you can use them in their own right.
Yeah.
Then if you've got that structured wire, you can make the very simple piece just with one Swarovski crystal on it. It looks amazing.
It does look sensational.
So yeah, it's a good combination.
If you want to add this to your collection, today is all about news. It really is. Honestly, we're trying to get our head around it today. So you have to, if you see something you like, you need to add it to your order and you need to check it out. Should be £32.80, which I think is absolutely incredible.
It's a great price, yeah, absolutely.
We're rolling this down. I just want to forewarn you that I'm only doing this price because we have over 200. £19.95 for you today, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely phenomenal, I think. There's so many of you coming in for this, and there's so many multi-buyers. We do not normally get that on a kit like this, but I've only done that price, and I need to forewarn you, only done that price because of the quantity today. Would you expect that?
No, I didn't. I really didn't expect that at all. I mean, I haven't asked what we're selling them at, or about the kits today. I am genuinely surprised.
Yeah.
Do you know, I could make one necklace with one length of that 1.5 wire, suspend one of the Swarovski crystals from that, and charge $19.95 for just that. You know, so you can do that 12 times over.
I just think I'm blown away. There's so many. Your names have gone off my screen already, and it's about to do it again. I've got so many with it in your baskets, around 40 people with it in their baskets, and the phone lines have lit up. Yes, you are in a queue, but don't worry, because we're going to get to you as soon as possible. It's 0800 644 655. I have to let you know that if you love the hearts, it's the only opportunity I've got for you to get your hearts at this moment in time. So please do come in and treat yourself to these whilst you can, because it is an exceptional look, an exceptional array. And I have more new elements coming up for you today. The likes of new headbands, the likes of new feathers, so many new things in today. Loads of sterling silver, one of the biggest sterling silver kind of showcases, I suppose, that I've seen ever before. So please make sure you are getting this collection added to your order, because I can say, hands up, I don't actually think we've seen so many new ins, that's the one, since even before our birthday. This is so many new products in today. So please do make sure you're treating yourself to these goodies whilst you can. Your names have gone off my screen for a second time now, which means that I've got around about half of my stock completely gone, pretty much. So please do check out your baskets, because once you do check out your baskets, I won't have a huge amount left. We are going to dive on in to our demonstrations as well, but I do just need to encourage you to check out, because we've actually got so many in baskets and so many on the phones. We're finding it very difficult to keep up with our quantity left. Started off with around 240, I've been told, ladies and gentlemen, just now. 240, half the stock's gone. And there are people still waiting. This is such a special collection. It truly is. And well done to everyone who's treating themselves to it. And what are we going to be looking at today, Gems?
We're going to be looking at making the headband piece, which incorporates a bit of everything from the bundles that we're going to be bringing today, which is nice to show how it all works together. Okay. I've got to say, I love the Swarovski crystals with... Oh, am I allowed to say what the gemstone is?
Yeah, go on, I'll let you.
With the opal.
It goes amazing with that blue opal, doesn't it? It really does.
It's the most perfect mix of colours. Honestly, it's absolute. I'm so thrilled with these kits. Yeah. They're perfect. They're so vintage. And I mean, this is called Beach Wedding. It's a beach bride. I can't remember what the...
Golden Sands Jewellery.
Yeah, so my brief was Beach Bride, and so I felt that this just really lent itself, these colours.
It ties it in perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Got around about a third of the stock left. That's it, so please do be quick. Where are we starting with this glorious headband piece, please?
Right. Well, I'm going to show you how to make the base, the headband base, because I've used the flat wire to create that base. Okay. Now, this headband you can wear the way up that it's shown, or you can flip it up the other way and wear it up. I see. The other way. Okay. So yeah, you can wear it in any direction you like. You can even wear it around the back of your head and bring it forward. You know, so it's really versatile. And because it's this wire, which is really nice and flexible, you can really change.
This flat wire is coming up for you in a moment or five.
I'm just thinking which gauge did I use? I did use the thicker gauge, didn't I?
Yeah, it looks like you have. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Just checking. Okay, so you get 2 gauges when you get the next bundle. So it's really lovely and soft and malleable. So as I unravel it, if I just pull it through my fingers just to help it straighten out and get a nice curve. And then I'm going to take what I think I need to go around the head. Don't worry if it overlaps. And then just add myself a bit extra, because I'm going to create a shape in the centre, and then I'm going to twist it, which is all going to shrink this down a little bit. But because of the flexibility of this design, if you go a bit shorter, don't panic. You know, you can make it work. And if you go a bit longer, don't panic. You can make that work too. So I'm going to cut it off there, and I'll measure that for you so you can see what that is. So let's measure how many inches
you got
have I got.
About
25, 26 inches there. Okay, so in the centre, I'm going to create a sort of, what's the shape? Like a teardrop shape.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to manipulate this round like this. Okay. So for roughly the centre. Keep an eye on it and just pull it. Keep an eye, and if you feel you're coming off centre, just adjust it by pulling the other side a bit more. And what this is going to do is this is going to house my shell on top of it. So you don't want it too big, you just want it to be able to house the shell. Now, that then is a little bit, would protrude too much. We need to bend these wires so that they then are more flat against the head. Okay. So all you do is just take the wires and just slowly turn them turn them so that they're a bit flatter. And we do that. It's easier if you do this up in the air. I'm just trying to keep it flat so I can show you. And then you get this lovely sort of wishbone, isn't it? It's like a wishbone sort of neckline if you were creating a neckline. But these are flattened out. And then we take this side, and now you've got a handle to hold on to. Now you've got that. And if your hands, if your hands aren't very strong, use some pliers to hold on to the wire at the other end. Hold on to the loop, and then we just go into twist. So I'm going to have to raise this up so that it doesn't hit the desk. And we're just going to hold on and twist.
Okay.
Okay. And we keep going until you've got the twist you want. So have I turned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now?
Okay.
So that's 7, 8, and I'm going to go one more, 9, I think.
Gives an amazing look, that,
So that's
doesn't it?
9 twists. Okay, and you'll see this technique repeated throughout all of the designs. So if you want to copy any of the designs, this is the start point for this technique. So I twisted 9 times on there. Okay. So on the other side, make sure you twist the same amount of times. Okay. So just you keep a check on how many.
Okay. Whilst you're twisting, I'm going to bring this wire in because we're extremely low in stock at the moment. The wire Gemma is using, what kit is it from, please? This one right here, Wendy. I'm going to bring it on for you right here, right now. This is the wire that Gem is currently working with, and I know how much fun you have with this, don't you?
Love it. Absolutely love this wire.
In fact, it wasn't so long ago when I came into one of your workshops and everyone was kind of hammering away with the big thick wires, and you were actually talking about this wire as I walked in.
Yes. Yeah, because it's really hard to come by. I mean, I can't find it anywhere else, especially in these gauges or these thicknesses. And this one in particular that I'm working with is perfect for making just your simple stamped bangles.
Right, yeah.
Which is what I use them for a lot. So I just stamp into this. There's no filing, no polishing. It's just done for you, which is, you know, why I love it. But
it's fantastic, isn't it?
And also you can make these gorgeous shapes. So.
It's fantastic. I'm going to bring all of this wire here for you now. A massive amount of wire, 35 was it? 34 meters worth approximately of wire in total. And let me show you the range you're getting because it is a huge amount. So the twisted ones we've got here are your 10 meters worth, and you've got your 0.6 and your 0.8 in here. You've also got in there the 10 meters worth of the flat wire, and that's your 3mm, and you've also got of the flat wire your 5mm as well, and that's 1 meter, sorry, should apologise, 1 meter of each. So 3mm and 5mm in thickness, and 1 meter of each of those. We're working with the thicker one here. You've then got all of this wire, which again we hardly ever get to see, and this is our square wire. So essentially does what it says on the tin. It's got a square profiling to it, and it gives a really beautiful amount of movement. You've got 0.6 and you've got 3mm, and sorry, 1mm, I apologise, and that's 3 meters in each of them. You've also got the half round wire here as well. Now the half round, it does what it says on the tin, flattened at one side, rounded on the other. It means it nooks in beautifully with your other wires. It means it gives a real nice professional finish. I always think when I see square wire and round wire work together, it almost looks like it's been made by a machine. It gives such a glorious finish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I think the bangle I've made over there is the most professional looking bangle I think I've ever made. It's the first time I've worked for the show with this gauge of square wire, the thicker gauges, and that's, you know, when it really comes into its own. It's lovely in the finer gauges for twisting and adding a bit of detail, but the thicker gauges make structural pieces. I won't be looking back now. I won't be making bangles in round wire so much anymore.
No, you'll be going this way all the time. I'm also going to now bring you some more of your Swarovski. Now, this is another selection that is new to us today, and the wonderful thing is it matches the colour of our previous. I have got 4mm and 6mm here for you, and these are in your faceted bicones. A massive amount you've got in here because you've got 48 of each. Now that is a huge amount of impact you're going to get from these very, very well-known pieces. These are your 4 mil, so the more delicate of the pairing, giving you a huge amount. And that, ladies and gents, isn't even the whole amount you get. You are getting 48 of these in total. And then you've got the larger bicones. Again, very sizable, workable hole on these, and a massive impact of colour with that kind of champagne gold effect. Treat yourself to this collection today, because the price, again, has knocked my socks off. This is going to sell out. I need to make you aware of that. In how long? Minutes. Minutes it's going to sell out. This is going to be a shocker of a price. Should be almost £54, which I'm blown away by, because you've got almost 100 Swarovski crystals there. Yeah. Today, amazing. I'm rolling it down to under £30. £27.95. That is astonishing. I started off with a really good quantity, really good amount, really good quantity. However, I am running low already. I've got half of my stock gone on it, and your names have gone on my screen already. There's so many of you treating yourself to these. I've got 70 left, and that is it. So please do treat yourself to it whilst you can, because we are in a very, very, very low stock opportunity now. Please do check out those baskets. So many of you with that available there. Just to let you know, I've got gemstones coming up for you in a moment or 3, so do stay tuned. Half my stock has gone way over. So we've got Twisty with the flat wire, which you got in the collection on your screen now. Where to next, Jan? Okay, so next stage then is, well, I've done it on this side. What we want to do is bend that, bend this piece around. So to do that, we don't want to just bend it. We need to take account that there are now points at which this wire will want to naturally bend. So we're going to have to really help it out by guiding it. So what you do that by just very slowly going around the shape and just pop in, just putting a little bit of pressure on with your thumb to help that curve appear. Okay, so just evenly all the way around, help yourself to get that shape, okay? And all the time we're going to try and keep these pieces here nice and flat. So it means manipulating it again and then bending it back out. And you're just going to keep manipulating that until you've got this nice flat section on the front. Then we're going to build onto that in a minute, okay? So there's our basic headpiece ready to go. And then I'm going to take the square wire in the 1 mil gauge. And I'm going to cut 6 lengths at 4.5 inches. This is to make the shell. 3 for either side. And then 1 length at 9 inches, which is double. And that one, we're going to use a mandrel, any mandrel you like. It can be a pen, it can be your bale makers, to bend that in half and create that centre curve for your shell. Now these are probably a bit longer than I need, but what these need to do is come alongside that central one, and these need to be higher because these are going to roll in and sit to form the shell shape onto the one that comes next. So we need a bit of a length there and a bit of length here to create the bottom, but that's how we're going to create it. So we're going to put all these together, ensuring that when you cut and bend your square profile wire, that you keep an eye on the profile of it so that it's not twisting. We want to keep it nice and flat for a nice professional sort of finish. So we're going to get all these 6 pieces put together and tied together. And the perfect wire to do that with is the half round, because it gives you a really nice flat sort of flush effect. Okay, so I find that we've got ready here. We are extremely low in stock on our Golden Sands jewellery collection up on your screen now, and literally we're last chance sallooning. We've got 25-ish left. We are in the last chance saloon, that's 30 or less. At the bottom of your screen, if you want the Swarovski with the heart shapes, etc., then those are at the bottom of your screen now. But again, not a huge quantity of those, but slightly more. So please get them in your basket and check out as quickly as you can. Okay. Right, so now I'm going to take my round wire. Now to start this off, sometimes it can be a bit tricky to see which side is the rounded side and which side is the flat side with your naked eye. And of course, when you cut the profile of it, often you can see, if you look at the profile, you can see the semicircle, so I know this side is the flat. If you can't see that, if you're having trouble seeing that, or your pliers have pinched it out of shape too much at the end, if you just take the end and do a quick bend, as soon as you bend it, you'll see,
Okay, so anyway, I can see which one it is. So I know this is the flat side, so I'm going to bend inwards, and I'm going to take my flat pliers, and I'm going to create that bend first to give me a little hook to hook my wires, my other wires into. So that's going to give me a nice bed there to tuck all my wires into. Okay, so I'm going to put them in order. So I want 3 wires this side, and so I'm holding them in the air because it's easier for me to keep a hold of them if I do this.
Yeah.
So excuse me if I
No, don't worry.
wobble a little bit.
No, we're getting
you. Okay, so pop in, and again making sure that your profile of your wire is all sitting nice and flat together. I've got my 3 for this side, then I've got my central piece, pop that in, and then my 3 for this side. Line them all up, and you can see I'm just holding them against my fingers and holding it down with my nail as I go.
Okay.
Okay, so there's them in, and because I put that bend in first, it's got a nice tight hug on there already. And then I'm going to use this side as a lever to just bring it over to hug that in. Now, keeping my thumb on there, I'm going to pinch those wires down and help them line up nice and tight.
Perfect.
And then I can swap over and use my pliers now to hold them all flat, and then really put a lot of tension on when you pull it round. But every time you make a bend, come in and give it a squidge with your pliers. Okay.
So that's helping it just keep it really in place,
Yes,
isn't it?
yeah. So I come round again and give it a squidge. Now, you can use some nylon jewel pliers for this if you're worried about damaging the wire, but to be honest, I've found no problems at all with this wire chipping or peeling or anything like that. So, you know, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Okay, so I'm going to go with, that's 3, I'm going to go with 4 wraps on these. Okay, and bite that down. So at the front, I've got four wraps around the centre there. And this is a little bit big, so I actually probably need to wiggle this up along a little bit because that centre one's too long, really. So what I'm going to do is move the wires one at a time. So I'm going to push the centre one down to the size I want it, and then I can allow the others to follow, or I can actually leave those longer because it doesn't matter. I can trim those off as we go. So that's set the tone of the size I want. And now that's there, I can then slowly start, before I cut any wires off, I can bring this one out to the side, and then we're going to slowly fan them out to get our basic shell shape. Okay.
I need to interrupt because we have sold out of that kit now. I do greatly apologise. So I'm just going to bring on the final part of it now. This is the gems that, Gem, you were so happy with, weren't you?
Yeah. Just beautiful.
Yeah.
A blue opal, it's the first time I've worked with it. Oh, it's divine. It is divine.
I think everyone should be working with our natural coloured blue, you know, Peruvian opals. Do you agree with me on that now that you've worked with it?
Now that I've worked with it, yeah. I mean, I can appreciate its beauty, I can see, and I can see it with most gemstones, to be honest. But when you work with these things, it's completely different. I mean, for me, it's maybe even overtaken aquamarine or replaced it a little bit.
Yeah, wowzers.
I don't know if I should say that really, but at the moment, if I'm making my vintage designs that I would use aquamarine in, I'd probably opt for blue opal now.
And what is it about it that's given you that kind of switcheroo?
I love the opacity of it. I love how waxy it feels and how it holds its colour so beautifully. It doesn't matter what background you put it on, it's staying that colour.
Yeah, it is.
And it's glowing.
Yeah.
You can't explain. You have to work with it to
You really do.
you know, because I've never worked with it, and it's totally different now. I have.
It has such a unique feel to it. I think it's a really connective gemstone, and you're totally right with the likes of your aquamarine because of the transparency elements to it. As soon as you put, you know, gold wire through it or put a pink gemstone next to it, it will affect the colour of it. Yeah. This has so much impact. It's not really affected, really. No. It just gives such a glorious look. So I've got your sky blue opal in there. That's up to a 6x3 and a 4x2, so a nice graduation on those ones. I've also got your abalone in here, and these are your flat ovals. They are double-sided, as nearly always here at Jewellery Maker, and these are a 10 by 8. And then finally, you've got your pearls, and those are your rice bead pearls. They're the type we stopped doing for a while because there's such a high cost to create and strand up. So obviously we here at Jewellery Maker keep our pearl length the same essentially. So it's costing us a lot of money and we stopped doing them for a while, but we've brought them back due to popular demand. So they're back up here for you, and they're a 3.5 by approximately a 2 mil. I'm then going to bring you these absolutely phenomenal gold plated sterling silver stardust beads. Now you're going to be getting 6 of the large size, and these are your 6 mil. And you're all going to be getting the more delicate ones, again, still genuine plated sterling silver, but slightly more delicate, and 40 of these ones in total. Really high-end elegance to those with that very, very, very special gold over the top. They're going to go amazingly with the Swarovski. They're going to set them off.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The sparkle, especially those gold, the
Stardust
ones, they're just gorgeous.
Yeah.
But they're an essential. The space beads are an essential. To have them in the sterling silver, you know, it's because I'm often thinking, oh, I really want to add, because I always add spacer beads to pretty much every design I do. And so when you're working with really good quality elements, it's nice to be able to have the high-end version to put in with your designs.
Definitely, and you've most certainly got it here. So your Golden Sands collection should be £40 essentially. We are going to roll it down for you though, including all of that massive amount, almost 50 pieces of gold-plated sterling silver and those 3 strands. £40 is a great deal, but we are going to actually roll it down, and I am going to go under £30 again. Can you believe it? £24.95 today is really a very special deal. I mean, for the opal alone, you would be normally expecting the $12.95 at a Jewellery Maker prices. So realistically, for just a bit more, you're getting all of those pieces of gold and sterling silver and those beautiful pearls. That is astonishing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is an outstanding value.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is absolutely incredible. It really, truly is. And I just want to sort of forewarn you that we have sold out of so many products already today, and we are going to continue to do so. If you do like products like this, please treat yourself to them whilst you can, because I have to say, with the price of silver as it is at the moment, and gold of course, then I think if the future is to kind of behold what the likes of your tabloids are saying, what the likes of your you know, bullions are saying about the price of silver and how that is set to increase, then you really are onto something very special here, because I told you this sort of 3 or 4 weeks ago. They're saying that approximately the estimate in the next month or so will be that silver will be up per ounce to around $130. So even just for the silver and gold alone, that is an incredible deal, let alone all those gemstones. I feel like you're getting them for free. I really do. Treat yourself to those ones whilst you can, because we're probably going to sell out of those ones too. And I do apologise straight away if you do miss out on anything, but get in quick and you should be okay. Okay, I'm back with you, Jem.
Okie dokie. So what I've done here is I've just fanned out the top wires, that's going to form the shell, and slightly fanned out these wires too at the bottom, because that would just stop them pulling through if they're slightly bent out. So that can't pull through now because it's bent at the bottom, so it's going to stop it pulling through, okay?
Okay.
So now we're going to weave, and we're going to use the 0.25 wire that was in that bundle, which is perfect for weaving with. So all I'm going to do is anchor this in place. That simply means pull the wire into the design and just hold it so it's squished in between 2 of these sort of compartments then of the shell.
Okay.
Okay, and then all we're going to do is the simplest weave going to come around the back of one leg or compartment, around the back of the next one, and then all the way around it, then to the next one, all the way around it, to the next one, all the way around it. And this is just to start with. We're going to build this fan shape up at the bottom, and then we're going to start making the weave a little bit more complicated. So as I come back, that weave then becomes onto the other side of the shell. So
okay.
We're going to go round, 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 all the way round. And we're going to do this just up to about this point, so until it starts really starting to separate out. And I'm keeping it on the reel because at the moment there's no threading to do. And you'll be surprised, you think weaving with a 0.25 wire takes longer, but you would be really surprised at how quickly it grows with a 0.25 wire. Because it acts like a thread, you can be much more slapdash with it. As long as you're keeping the same sort of purl on the wire, you can literally be really, really quick. You know, you can see how quickly I'm moving, and that's with trying to keep my hands still as well. So it really does build so quickly. Something else I've been converted to recently is weaving with the 0.25 wire. Okay,
I love it.
so I've come up so far, and now this is all about just binding together at this point. So we've got bound them all together, but now we want to start really defining the individual bumps then of this shell.
Okay.
So the way we do that is to keep the weave all on one side, which will make sense as we go. At the moment, this weave goes behind and on top, so you get the lines of wire over the top and underneath. When we just need to do a little switch, and that will help the wires all stand on top, which means then from the back we can push them slightly to give them a slight 3D raised effect.
I see.
So what we'll do is we come around, so if we say that this is the top, because this is where our neat wrapping is.
Okay.
So we're going to always make sure that when our wires come across in between the two, they're always on top of the wires, okay? I'm going to have to cut it from the reel now as well, because there's a bit of threading involved now, instead of just wrapping round and round.
Can we always add on if needs be?
Yeah, it's really easy to add in.
Okay.
Sorry,
add in just means when you're
wire.
working with the weaving wire here, when you need to cut it off, what if you run out? Oh, you can add in, you can add more in, so don't worry.
Yeah, and with the 0.25 wire, as lovely as it is to work with, long lengths can tangle easily.
Okay.
So I would say I wouldn't really work with much more than a metre at a time, because otherwise it can become a bit unruly and a bit knotty. Okay, so we come now over the top of, bridge the two that are next to each other, and then all the way round, just like before, bridge the two all the way round. And then this time, because we can't go in between these legs because it's a solid piece, we're going to have to come into that centre one.
Through, okay.
And through it, all the way round, and then again all the way round and in through it before we can come on to the next one. And then we come all the way round, all the way round, all the way round. Right, now if I was to continue doing that, the wire would then be on the back, so I don't want that. So on these end ones, there's always going to be a turn, so we basically have to come back up. So we come to the top of this again. Okay, so that is coming from the back up to the top, so that we can still continue to go across the top. So when we bridge with this 0.25, it's always on this side. Okay, so round, up and through. And when you're coming up and through, you don't have to use it like a needle and thread. You don't have to go to the end and find the end and then poke it through. You can literally loop it through. I'll show you that again in a minute. So all the way around, wires on the top. So again, now because the wire would be underneath, we need to bring it to the top. That's coming in between the legs, and then continue weaving. So all the way around. This one, so what I was saying is not having to find the end and poke it through. You can just take this here, loop it through like that.
Oh yeah.
And then pull it and it will follow. Okay, so it's not, you don't always have to find the end and do that. Okay, so that's basically the weave. You would continue with that all the way up until you've reached the size of shell you want. I think this one's grown a little bit as I've been talking.
Yeah, it has.
So it has, has it?
Yeah.
So I think if you keep an eye on it, you can always adjust it by pulling that centre one in. Because that's the one that's setting the tone then of the size of this shell. So you can just give it a push through, wiggle it through a bit, and sort of make that a bit smaller. So that's definitely what I would do. Okay, so you continue that weave until you've woven up. And you'll do this in stages. So you'll weave on this one, you'll weave sort of up to here and think, okay, I don't want this one to be any bigger, because remember they've got to create this fan shape.
Yeah.
So if we were looking at it, if I lay it down, we want this one slightly shorter than this one slightly shorter than that one, and then so this one is actually going to end up about here. Okay, so what I would do is when I've almost woven up to that point, I'll trim this down so that I've got enough to do a tiny spiral, and then sort of curve it in.
Okay.
I'll show you how to do that. So The reason I don't do this first is because it's so much easier to weave the wires with these all straight and fanned out.
Yeah, you're not fighting as much.
That's it. So I'm going to take the round nose pliers right to the tip of the square wire, and again, try and keep the profile of this wire so it's a flat on the top, so we're not twisting it. So if you can bend that in, we want a little loop there, just like that, and then just sort of turn your wrist to create a curve, and that's going to sit in there, and you can manipulate that curve a little bit more if you want to. So that's going to sit there, and then you'd weave along, and then you'd as you wove, you would incorporate this loop into the weave. So when you come to weave through, you just go through that loop as well to hold that in place. Does that make sense? Yeah. So then the next one will come up a bit higher, so we can trim this one right here, roll the loop, that first loop, and then just sort of roll it in so that it then creates that piece of the shell. And then this top one, again, as you weave, you'll incorporate this in, and then once you get to about here, you'll want to bend this one in as well. Okay, so again, take the top, make a loop, and then just roll that in so you get this lovely shape.
That's beautiful,
Okay,
isn't it?
so that's how that
So
that works.
how you get the kind of graduated fan look to this.
Yeah.
Now, whilst you're doing that second section, the
Trim
other
that
side of it, just done in the same way, I'm going to really quickly bring on some very, very high-end pieces right now, which I think would be incorporated into these pieces beautifully because they're quite ethereal. And with the textures and the looks that we've got in these pieces that we're looking at today, you've definitely got that almost mystical, that almost fantasy look and vibe coming across with these. Now, these, ladies and gentlemen, are your absolutely stunning sterling silver. Now, if you've never worked with sterling silver before, do give yourself that treat, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, because it is something which is always very well received, I would say, by our viewers here. And the fact of the matter is that with sterling silver, you have got very, very precious elements of metal in here. So the name itself, it kind of gives us the outline as to how this is created. It's 92.5% genuine real deal silver. 7.5% ore is kind of additions that will help with for things like forming and making it really workable. So what you have here is an extremely high grade precious metal, which does something that platinum doesn't, that gold doesn't, that even the likes of titanium doesn't, which is give you a huge proportion of the light back to the eye. So what that basically means is, obviously, all objects will absorb elements of light, or you won't be able to see them. So when the light hits this, a vast majority, we're looking at close to 95% of the light will go back into your eye. So that means sparkle, illumination. You've got 5 pieces of these today at £14.95 to get all of that glorious light back to the eye, to get all of that beauty. The price is rolling down. Everywhere else it seems silver is going up on the market daily. £11.95 for you today. We are giving you an incredible opportunity, an incredible deal. And look at the workability of these. Not only have you got that precious metal, but you've also got the 3 loops in here, which means for a centerpiece of a 3-stranded necklace or a 3-stranded bracelet, even just one at either side, to give that structural aspect and also to keep that big highly prized name of sterling silver at £11.95 for 5 pieces. That's incredible.
It is. Yeah.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They are so beautiful, and they're so heavy and solid.
Yeah. I was just going to
well.
say, they're not meagre pieces, are
No.
they? They're not kind of really thin and fine. There's a big amount of precious metal here. Yeah, go ahead.
Because what I've done before is they frame a gemstone really beautifully. So you have your 3 strands going through, but you might want one focal centerpiece. So your outside strands are hidden, but you've got one focal in there. So
Love
you create
that
that sort
idea.
of ring of, around something really beautiful in the centre. Maybe one of our Swarovskis in the centre there, and then, you know, your finer pearls, like these seed pearls that we've got.
That we've just had on your
Look
screen.
amazing.
I think that's a glorious idea.
Aren't they
And
lovely?
you've got big status there, haven't
Yeah,
you, with
yeah.
all of that silver. They are
Beautiful.
seriously weighty, ladies and gentlemen. And for me, it's not just the fact that they are a very precious metal and the fact that silver is, you know, steadily but continually on the rise in price at the moment on the market. US Mint, for example, have created around about 40% extra this year than they have in previous years. So supply and demand is most certainly there. But it's not just about that, it's about the workability of these. It's about how glorious these are going to be to add structure to your pieces, how glorious it's going to be to have those multi-stranded, imagine multi-strands of pearls with these. With that deal of the day, for example, I'm offering to you later, they're going to be perfect. $11.95, well done to every single one of you. Okay, Gem, I'm back with you.
So all I've done then is manipulated that shape, so I've got the shelf shape. And what I found was, and you probably noticed at home, that it was a little bit elongated. So all I did was take my pliers in here and just helped to push those wires down. So you just help and push them down. You can see I can get it to shrink. And then these I widened out a bit to give me more of a fan shape. So you can always go in and adjust that design, okay? So I've woven up to here, and then what I would do is as I get to the ends, incorporate the loops as I go. And in that centre one, did I incorporate a gemstone in there? I don't think I did actually.
No, I can't
I think
see
I
one
just
from here.
incorporated this
At
end.
the top, yeah.
So this end I've got more wires than I need, so because I've got a loop there that eliminates at least one set. So these two at the side I bring up and out the way because they are going to form little spirals on the side. So what we'll do with those is trim them down. If you think about the shape of a seashell, you always get that little bit, don't you, that little bit that sticks out?
Yeah, you do. It's kind of the bit where it hinges, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to roll these inwards, only a little bit. Roll them in. That will help create that start of that shape. Okay. And then take your time at home, make that much neater than that. And then these you just take one at a time. So I probably take, I can't remember what I did. I think I took one out of the way, two of these out of the way at the back.
Yeah.
Bring them up out the way. And I can press those down. So make sure it's the back when you do this. Press these down and get them nipped off. Okay, and then every time you do that, give it a good squeeze to help it all settle in. And then these we can create the three centre pieces with. So the centre two we need to use to make one.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I'm losing bits all over the studio. So all I'm going to do is roll this one in, and you might want to make that a bit shorter even, but roll that one in, and then this one you do the same and just lay it over the top so that they eventually hide, and then spread them out, and then that will fit your gemstone in, like a little bed for your gemstone to sit on. Okay, so instead of when we weave that in, we can sit a gemstone there, and that will hide the fact that that's actually two wires together.
Okay.
And then these either side we do exactly the same as we did with the top, and just roll them in to meet the other one there. So that would be like that. That's obviously a lot longer than it should be. Let's nip them off.
Just to get that balance right, which is always important with the likes of your jewellery, isn't it? Sometimes if you want something big and bold and statement, it can look a little bit quirky if you have something that's maybe too delicate on the other side.
Yes.
So if you, it's all about kind of balance. And we talk about those on the likes of our DVDs as well, if you want to call the call centre and get in touch with them about it. If you do love your delicate look, I have got some beautiful butterflies coming up for you right here, right now, because we're just selling out left, right and centre of things here today, ladies and gentlemen, unsurprisingly so, because they're so glorious, the pieces we've had on. If you do want to treat yourself to something absolutely delicate and adorable, then this is going to be the one for you. If you love connotations and stories that go along with shapes and designs, then you absolutely and completely have the opportunity to get it here, ladies and gentlemen. These are your really delicate, lovely open, almost lattice work on the feathers, on the wings, butterflies, ladies and gentlemen,
Aren't they pretty?
for every single one of you. These are absolutely elegant and dainty and cutesy, aren't they? I love butterflies. I don't know if you've noticed. What I love about flutterbuys like this is that you have a delicate look, but also the story, the tale behind these. I think when you're thinking about stories and tales that go alongside things, you think about, you know, the life cycle of a butterfly, and it can have very lovely connotations, maybe for people who are starting a new job, who may be going through a little bit of a difficult time, someone who's maybe moving house. You've got really beautiful details that kind of revolve into this. And the fact of the matter is that with these ones here, you can actually get like a butterfly chain going on, because they've got the loop at the top and the bottom. I've not seen that really before.
They would look gorgeous. A little daisy in between each one, I think, would look beautiful.
Yeah.
For bridesmaids and flower girls. They're just gorgeous, aren't they?
That'd be really elegant. Even just a simple jump ring to link all these together, that'd be enough for a bracelet. Easily, I think, to give a really glorious look. Yeah. Now, these are already flying out. Oh, flying, come on, out the door. So, please. Oh,
that one literally is.
It's literally flying away. So if you do wish to get your hands on these, do be as quick as you can. 10 pieces in total at just £9.95. A very, very special deal, a very, very special treat with these ones. And truly do add these to your order as quickly as you can. There's so many of you with it in your baskets, and don't be in kind of missing out on these ones at all, because you might be in a flutter all about it. If you do, £9.95 for you today. A great opportunity there. Well done to all of you. And it's going to be glorious, I think, with the likes of the gemstones we've got in here, in the selection we did, because just with a blue opal in between.
Yeah, or the abalone, I was thinking would look lovely as well, because that would help it sit flat as well.
Yes. And because of the kind of colours of the wings and that kind of myriadic look.
Yeah, they look gorgeous.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, checking out those baskets ASAP, because they are gone. And just to let you know, we've sold out of pretty much every single component that we've got, so please do check those out as soon as you can. £9.95, something. Honestly, there's so many new ins today. It's just newy day. So please do, if you see things you like, get them checked out as soon as you can, because they are all extremely popular, because we've not seen them before. £9.95 for you today. Okay, Jem, I'm with you for the final, for the 6 minutes.
Flourish.
Yes.
Okay, so we are actually doing very well. We're going to get through pretty much all of it. So what I've got here is, again, my 0.25 wire.
Of which you got 100 metres in that first bit.
Plenty. What I'm doing is I'm sort of randomly threading on some opal, the odd Swarovski crystal in there as well, and then the odd pearl, and just a little mix of gemstones. Okay, so just take a few. And what although it's random, I've sort of tried to keep them so that the mix of gemstones, I will get sort of a selection of each on each of these flat surfaces.
Okay, I see.
Okay, so even though it is a bit random, there's also a little bit of method in there as well. So 3 or 4 of your opals, followed by 1 of your Swarovskis, and then a couple of opals, and then a pearl. That's generally the rule I went with. So even though it is random, there's a little bit of thinking involved. Okay. So you thread them all on, and I worked, again, because I don't like cutting off from the reel if I can help it, I worked from one side here, and I anchored this in the centre, and then worked around the tiara in one way,
the band,
and then I can do the same on the opposite side.
Okay,
so make sure that you've secured the end. So I just usually, with this gauge of wire, I usually just tie a knot in it.
So you know the gems aren't going to run?
They're not going to run off. But give yourself plenty of space as well, because you might find you need some extra wire to come back along or something, okay? So anchor the wire into the centre, and I do this before I add on the shell, because then the shell comes in and covers everything up. So I move my little bits and pieces out of the way.
Okay.
So anchor the wire onto the centre of your headpiece, so just literally wrap that around a few times to keep it there. And then take your wire with all your gemstones threaded on, and allow them to drop in. Now always remember which is going to be the facing facet then of this wire now. So if we look at it from here, you can see this bit's facing us. This is going to be on the outermost. So when it gets to about there, then we're going to sort of hold that with our thumb and allow the gems to slip down, so we don't want to waste any around the back. Do you see what I mean? So then that can then come around and then drop them down onto the next part that's going to face us. Is that making sense?
Yeah, I see
know
that.
it's very hard to see, isn't it? So, so you see, if I'm looking from the top, you can see these are facing because they're on that sort of side of the wire.
Yeah. So it'll be the bit that's facing away from the actual head.
Yeah. So if I have a quick look, so I know to come just to there. Keep your thumb in place, bring the wire around and pull it in, and then drop the next section in, drop them in, and then again pop your thumb in. Once you've got it in, it holds. It's just getting them into place in the first bit. Okay, so I leave it there. So you continue that. I continued that almost all the way to the back. I didn't go completely to the back because you don't really need it that side, but I think I continued all the way around to about here, and then just wrap off that wire to keep it nice and tight in there. Okay. I need to do quite a lot of wrapping to secure that. And in fact, if I was doing this to sell on, I would even glue that wire in. Because it's a 0.25, it can spring off. Okay, so make sure it's nice and secure.
So you can see how we're just tying that section off there, and that's where all the gemstones are attached to.
Yeah.
And a little bit of glue, just for security.
Just for security, yeah. Okay, so the next phase would be to add in, are we okay, just 2 more minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so the next phase is add in this gorgeous textured, I think it's twisted wire. It's got the
twisted wire. That was in the second part of your kit.
Yeah.
I think that's sold out though, sorry.
It's absolutely gorgeous, this. And it's got a lovely spring, so it's really strong. It's like it's worked hardened for you. And the same principle again. I'm going to attach it in the centre. This time, because it's already quite strong, we don't need to wrap it around. We can just literally go around once and that will hold. Okay. And then basically I loosely followed the undulations of my gems. Let me cut that off so it's not springing around.
Is the boying a good thing?
For this design, absolutely. And for the designs I've used it in, the trick with it is using it for what it's supposed to be, you know, for where its strengths.
Yeah.
I mean, you can force it to be a general normal wire, but its strength is in the fact that it's got that spring and that hardness ready for you, so you can create really nice curves that will hold really well.
Got you.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is allow that to sit, sort of to mimic or follow the curves I've already got. Keep your thumb on it to hold that in place, and then pull the wire up, and then allow the next one to sit.
Okay.
Okay, I wasn't too specific about how this went, because this is the beachy theme and I wanted it to sort of look great in tousled hair, you know, beachy hair.
Yeah.
So I didn't mind if it went a bit off, just made sure that the curves were fluid. I think that's the important
thing.
Yeah, so all the way down, and then I used that tail to come back along and sort of mimic those curves. So come back up a minute so you can see the next layer going in. Because we're coming back, you can see as we come this way, the curves are going to be sort of on the opposite side.
Okay.
So come round, make sure you're holding it in place, as you pull it shifts. Okay, and then you can see it then almost frames your pieces there. So make sure you come in and under and over all the way. Okay, like so, and round, and then that's that one. So you can see that's starting to form, and that's all you need to do there. Then you stitch your shell on. So use some 0.25, stitch your shell in place. I sort of tried to hide this this area with my stitching, so I tried to get that onto the sort of the seams of the frame, and just stitch it in place there.
Gem, that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for showing us that kind of all the way through. It was fantastic. We're going to be bringing you more treats, more goodies very, very shortly, and more inspiration from this wonderful lady. We're heading over to a break, but do not go anywhere, because newness continues in about 3.5 minutes. See you then.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck.
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant Introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional and I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Hello everybody, welcome one and all back to Jewellery Maker. Absolutely lovely to be on with you today because I get to put amazing things on my head. Look at what this is, oh my goodness, this is truly, truly stunning. I am so excited. I'm joined today by the wonderful Gemma Crow. You have made.
I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop. I'm addicted. I am actually addicted to making fascinators.
You really are, aren't you?
Yes.
One of your favourite kits, would you say?
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, I think today's is, yeah, creeping in there as my favourite all-time kits.
Really? Wow, creeping in.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a stunning amount that we're going to be looking at very, very soon. But today is our summer wedding fair, and it's all about glorious, brand new treats and pieces for you, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to start off by bringing to you some sterling silver. And I really, really, really want to bring let's bring the kind of droplet one here for you. This is so glorious. Take a little look. Sterling silver clasp. The amount of silver you have in this design is phenomenal. We have got so many new things for you today, ladies and gentlemen, and pieces like this are absolutely in that bracket. What a glorious effect we have with this unique toggle clasp. So, the toggle clasp itself, if you're not sure what a toggle clasp is, essentially, let's say generally, it's a perfect circular loop with a T-bar that goes through the centre. With this though, however, you have not got that finishing look. You've got that gorgeous, that glorious elongation which means your T-bar actually goes through this drop section here. So it goes through the drop section there, which means that the T-bar itself would rest in place just here. And I adore that you've got the leaf detail that matches beautifully in with the actual theme of the clasp itself. This for me isn't just a clasp, this is a focal. This is a centralized section, in particular with the amount of metal. 3.4 grams worth of your precious metal here. That is a big, big, big amount of silver, and of course silver an extremely lustrous metal, and with that juxtaposition of that high shine with the oxidization that we've got on this, you have got a truly glorious look and effect. Gem, clasps I know are important for you. Tell me what you love about this one, because I've not seen anything like it before.
Well, it's a nice floral piece, so it's quite a romantic piece. So I think that ties in with the sort of things you would use it with, like a pearls, very classic, things like that. So, and also it's great that you can have a clasp that you don't mind if it twists round, it will all flow in with the design, you know. So yeah, that's lovely, and I love the oxidization on there because it really picks out the detail in it.
It really does,
shows it off, and if it's there, it's lovely to have it showing off like that.
It really is. I'm just showing you the back of this as well, just to give you that difference in look. So that's the back, it states 925, and also with the oxidization that's taken place on this, it is that juxtaposition which adds real interest and also shows the carved sections of these. Ladies and gentlemen, it's new, it's unique, it's one of the best looks I've seen in a clasp before, hands down, and one of the biggest weights. And at just £7.95, it's your launch price offer. That means I cannot guarantee this price will ever be that low again. I can just guarantee it for today. It's straight out of the gates at £7.95. Would you expect a price like that, Gem, generally, for 3.4 grams?
No. I to be honest, Becky, I've seen that very similar design to that in plated for that price. Or near enough that price.
Just in plated?
Yeah.
So that'll be kind of copper generally at the heart and just a tiny bit of silver over the top. This is solid, real deal sterling silver.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal value. All our sterling silver is. It's such a great...
It really is, isn't it?
Like, yeah, it's a really good thing to be getting in your stash right now, I think.
Definitely. And clasps are always wonderful to work with, but this is so much of a status piece. I think you could do much more.
You could, yeah. I mean, absolutely. I was looking at it thinking, would I like that in an asymmetric design with that piece as a focal, sort of to balance your asymmetry? So you might have a focal flower or something one side, but that would balance it the other side. And then use the bar for cufflinks or something for matching pieces. But or earrings even, they look great as drops on earrings. So there is, you know, they're so versatile, aren't they? You can do all sorts with them. You don't have to be limited.
Absolutely. So do let your imagination go wild when you have something that stunning, that beautiful in effect. Then why not add that to your detail and your design? Just give it a try. It's £7.95 again. Can't guarantee that price point for you in the future. This is a very, very similar look and design, but much larger. Let me show you. So if you want dainty delicate, I would suggest maybe... Oh, actually, I don't know. Is that more dainty? Is that more delicate? It's tricky to say, in fact. Look at that. This is the one I'm bringing to you now. Isn't that one glorious also? This one's got slightly more detail to it, I would say, I would suggest. This one's got more of the kind of fleur-de-lis tails to them that kind of just spring and spread out. This one, much more of that nature-esque look with these tendrils and these vines. I'll bring this to you now. This is a glorious shape, and again, it's a T-bar. It's the T-bar again, which is just setting this design up. Look at this T-bar. It's incredible how much work we put into this. With the different leaf designs, all hand etched, all hand carved, with the oxidization to it, which fits in absolutely perfectly to that detail. I think for me, the size of that is a pendant, day in, day out, isn't it? Look at that as a pendant.
That's gorgeous as a pendant.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's lovely.
As a pendant, that is absolutely perfect, beautiful, iconic size. Cheeky. This is a big amount of silver. Again, slightly less than the other, tiny bit less. It's 0.1 of a gram, or 0.10, let's say. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, is actually going to roll down, and we're rolling this down for a launch offer. This is a very special price point. You ready? £6.95. Could you imagine going to even a catalogue store where they give you those little pencils? Well, give is a loose word, but everyone accidentally takes them, don't they? You know those really well-known stores that you go into. Would you ever expect getting any sterling silver pendant with, you know, sterling silver elements to it, such as this, that much detail for £6.95? No, you wouldn't. And would you also expect to be able to get something so individual and so unique? Because don't forget that catalogue shop I'm talking about. There are so many in the country, there's so many all over the world essentially, and that means that it's just mass produced. With us and with details like this, it's not working in the same way at all. £6.95, I think it means you're going to stand out a bit, and at that price it is wonderful. I have been looking for the design of clasp, for this design of clasp in silver for my daughter Bryony for ages. The flower is a Bryony, and that is Anthea. Oh, that is so gorgeous. That's perfect then, isn't it? You've been looking for something like this, and Anthea, I bet you've been looking, you know, lots of different places, looking even online, which you always think, you know, online world is your lobster, but not always the case, is it? I'm so glad you finally found this. Well done. Oyster. I always get that confused. The world is your oyster. Sorry, confusing. It's because of all of those days watching Only Fools and Horses, isn't it? The world is your lobster. It's oyster, isn't it? £6.95 for you today. Treat yourself to these ones whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because it really is a wonderful deal. And you wouldn't be expecting just £6.95 added to a price for this in comparison to, say, a copper clasp, would you, Gem?
Absolutely not, no. I mean, I think you'd be adding at least, what, £25 to a design, popping that in. We're doubling the value, I think, of a design.
Yes,
so,
definitely.
you know, if you'd sell a piece at £25, if it was with copper-plated findings, you can then, I think you can double that up to 50 at least.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
and happily
reasonable.
so.
Yeah.
And happily
yeah.
so. £6.95, well done, every single one of you. What has Pete popped in here? Which ones do you want to do first? Okay, let's do the more simplistic ones first, if we may. So these are just the top drops that we have here for you. If you've got any half drill pearls, or the you know, the half drill Tahitians, and you've been looking for something that is sizable enough and status enough to really captivate those and to really show them off, then this is the one for you. Another product, unusual for us here, 925 sterling silver pendant detail bales. And I think they're so classic. Perfect beading cap classic we've got here. For the likes of your half drill gemstones or your half drill pearls, perfect. But you don't even have to work you know, your half drill gems with these. You can work your usual gemstones with these ones because of that quality and because of the way they dangle and the way that they hang. Now, these you can see are extremely workable indeed, because you've got the large loop in the center, so that large bale point, which means it won't just go over, you know, your 1mm wires, sorry. It'll go over cords, macrame, kumihimo, which can add that like of really high elegance to maybe mediums we don't get to see worked with sterling silver that often. You're getting 3 of these in total, and if you've not worked with these before, it's extremely easy. All we have to do on this element here, which again is sterling silver, tiny little blob of a glue on there. We do lots of jewellery making glues on our website. little bit of a globular glue on there, and then pop your gemstone on. Hold it until you can feel that it holds itself, and then leave it and leave it and leave it to the instructions on the packet. Sometimes that can be, you know, 24 hours, but trust me, it is worth it, because sometimes even if something feels stuck, actually it's not until the whole bonding process has taken place, and each glue will be different. So once you've got that on there, you have got something very high-end elegance to wear time and time again. You don't just get one of these, you're getting 3 for just £6.95, ladies and gentlemen, to get that amount of sterling silver, that glorious effect and finish of a beading cap. And don't forget as well, you can use these with so much more. What about if you use them with the likes of a polymer? You know, your polymer clays, for example, if you wanted to do a real nice detailed design, maybe you wanted to do a letter, or maybe just a special feature that you wanted to make, you can bake your polymer clay and then just glue it on with this, because polymer clay is a great gift, but perhaps not something we get to work with sterling silver too often, because sterling silver clasps, etc., very much seem to be leading along to wire work, etc. With this, what a glorious way to add a little bit extra value for many to, say, your polymer clay pieces. These are going to be workable, aren't they, Gems?
Absolutely. I have those in my stash because of all the things you mentioned, because they are, you know, they're so classic. They're working with any of my designs. I can put them alongside my wire work, for example. I'm not going to clash with any style. No. So they're perfect. So I have a little stash of these. Yeah.
I think it's a great thing to have a stash of, because you will, because they're so classic, you're going to use them year in, year out. They do say 925 on them as well, as you can see here, so people will know you're working with the real deal. Loads of you multi-purchasing on this, unsurprisingly so, because although we're saying pendant bales, earrings, charms, bag charms, phone elements.
Yeah, they're great for your charm bracelets, you know, your ones that everybody's wearing. They'll fit on those. So that's
they'd go great on the newer bases that we have, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would. Perfect for that.
Because they would absolutely fit on there. £6.95, well done to everyone. Treat yourself to the final few whilst you can. Still an alright quantity on those ones, actually, but they are something which are extremely popular because of how workable and how versatile they are.
Yes.
Yeah. And they are versatile.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. And unisex, like you said,
I'm going to add something now which is a slightly more unique look. It's still got the half drill purpose to it. I have to say how much I absolutely adore these. I don't suppose we have any half drilled gems or anything lying around, do we? Because I would love to show one with a gem in the centre or with a pearl in the centre. These are just glorious. I absolutely adore them. It's almost this flick design, this tendril design that we have to go around. Here is where your half drilled gem would be, to frame a glorious half drilled piece. And yes, it is a pendant. Oh, come back. It is a pendant. If I show you from the side, you've got a hidden pendant in there.
That's gorgeous.
Isn't it absolutely sensational?
Yeah. I love that shape. It's very, very fluted, you know, gorgeous. It's very fluid, isn't it? I love that. Really love that design.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, really classic as well.
I love how you're almost getting this, if you imagine your gem being there, how you're getting almost this hugging design, this kind of hug feature going around it, almost like a cradling look, a cradling design there.
Yeah.
How sensational and eye-catching is that piece?
That's gorgeous.
Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, I think is beyond what you would ever expect. Is that just for one? No, it's for 3, ladies and gentlemen. That is a massive 2.6 grams. That's way over 2.5 grams of precious metal that we've got here, and it is for all 3 of them. You can see that they say 925 on the back, as you can see in the picture there, and you've got a really glorious look and detail to these. If you haven't got your half drilled, again, make your own beads for these. Maybe you want to work with your resins or your polymers, should I say, etc. With these you can create. Or even if you have got something that, and I know you've done this a few times, Gem, when you've got a stranded gem that has got a drill hole all the way through, you can just glue something on the top, can't you?
Yeah, you can. You can pop, cut your head pins down and just pop
the very, you know,
Head
the
pin.
very tiny part of the head pin in there to cover that drill hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem with doing that at all.
I think these are absolutely glorious, and if you did treat yourself to that rhodium plated chain earlier on in the sterling silver, then this would be a wonderful addition, I believe, to that piece and to that collection. And loads of you treating yourselves to these today. Hello ladies, could these be used as earrings? Thanks. Well, I think size-wise they're absolutely perfect for it, aren't they? How would you do it?
You could just pop a shepherd's hook, simply pop a shepherd's hook through that bale,
Yeah.
you know, and make sure it's turned so that the angles are right, or use an additional jump ring so that the angles are right, so that they drop front facing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could use them in all sorts of ways. I tell you, I bought my mum, I can't say how much because I think she's watching today, but I bought my mum an amber piece, sterling silver piece, lower gram weight than that, much smaller piece than that. And for one, and I paid considerably more for that one than you're going to pay for all three there.
For all three of these.
Yeah, at least 4 or 5 times as much. And it was smaller than that.
Yeah, and realistically, you can add your own feel and appeal and design to these, can't you? Because you are the one who's going to work with these. You're the one who's going to create earrings and a pendant matching for $6.95. Okay, yeah, add on your gemstone, add on your pearl, but how much are they going to be each? Even if you're looking at your your Tahitian pearls, should I say, you know, the half drilled ones I did for you the other day, they were working out only about £30 each. So to be able to do the likes of a Tahitian and sterling silver pendant for, well, less than £35 is amazing. Sterling silver galore we've had for you in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, but I'm going to bring you some gemstones now, and I'm going to bring you a brand new strand. And this is hiding. And this okay, you know, we've been, you know, Amazonite, okay, if you imagine Amazonite from approximately, I don't know, 18 months ago, you were getting a sky blue colour, weren't you? Can you remember that? You were getting, well, sky blue's even a bit too bold, possibly. Yeah. Russian Amazonite is something which is known for more of its turquoise appeal, more of its turquoise colouring. And because of that turquoise appeal and turquoise colouring, it has been used as a substitute time and time again, which has raised the price and has also raised the demand of this gem. Now, just like with turquoise, there are certain areas in the world whereby you look for an internal texture, and on a turquoise you will look for a matrix, which is like this webbing effect, and you'll look for that, and that will often raise the prices. Obviously it's not the same for all turquoise all the world over. You wouldn't want Sleeping Beauty turquoise that was completely covered in a matrix. That's not really what people are looking for, but certain turquoise in the world, you're looking for that texture, and that's what's given the status, and that's what given the big price, the big money, the big bucks. It's the same for your Amazonite, which time and time again has been compared to your turquoise. Now with your Russian Amazonite, you can get, like with some turquoises, a very, very pure, flat, plain, even colouring. But what many connoisseurs look for, just like the webbing and matrix in a turquoise, in Russian Amazonite is a mottle, is a speckle effect. It almost looks like a cloud-like detail. Now, you don't get it that often. You don't get to see it that often. And I have to say that when I looked at this strand this morning, I was absolutely blown away by the high quality of it. We have had Amazonite from Russia before, but we've never had this quality before. So much quality that actually the fact that the quality is so high means we've had to put the location in the title, not just down there at the bottom like we normally would. So remember, just like with your turquoise, you're looking for a gorgeous mottled look and effect. This is not your everyday. What do you think of these Gemma Crow?
think they're just delicious.
Aren't
the
they?
colour is gorgeous. The pearlescence in them, in those sort of swirling, like the wind. Carol's says that now a lot because I describe them as being like if you could see the wind, that's what it's like inside that green body of the gem. It's absolutely beautiful. It's beautiful.
This is one of the serious high-end mottled styles that you would hope for, and I'm sure a lot of you will understand with your Amazonite from Russia. You will generally get, I would say, around, in Jewellery Maker ones, I would say around about 80% pure coverage of that natural kind of turquoise-esque colour. But very much like with some locations of turquoise and some locations of ametrine, the biggest, the best, the big money makers and highly priced ones are kind of the 50-50 split. It's exactly the same for many with your Russian Amazonite, and I have that 50-50 split on so many of these. This is a very executive strand, ladies and gentlemen. Your price point today is a corker. At just £14.95. The status of this, the beauty of this, the amount of mottling that you've got over this, and it isn't even, look, you know, it's not like an ametrine where half of it will be mottled and half of it won't be. That's not what you want. You want this kind of wave look alike. I always think of it as it almost looks like looking up at a cloudy sky in the morning. That kind of mottled look that you will get. You've absolutely got it on here, and at £14.95 for this absolutely stunning microline feldspar is phenomenal. But it's a premier price offer, £11.95. That is incredible. Do your research. It's all about status, it's all about qualities, it's all about the kind of unique and individual pieces and things that people will look for in genuine gemstones and how they all have a different price. This is natural, that's a big tick. This has got that lovely mottled kind of effect to it. That's a big tick for your Russian Amazonite, and all of these things will cost money. At £11.95 I would not expect that price, because I'll put my hands up and say I have seen much flatter, much plainer, much less kind of intricate Amazonites at the same price as this, and I brought them to you here at Jewellery Maker. Glorious, that was a great price, but for something very executive and very exclusive, I think just give it a go. These are spectacular, aren't they, at that deal?
They are incredible, absolutely incredible. And that price, I would be snapping those up.
Just thinking.
Yeah, they do. They tie in with all those peacock tones and colours, don't they? Oh, it's lovely.
They really, really do, don't they?
Yeah, they're really gorgeous. Do you know what? I'd like to put them in with chainmail, like a copper chainmail. That's what's springing into my mind.
I love that idea, actually.
Like to make them quite chunky.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's really going to make them stand out, isn't
Yeah.
it? I love that. This headpiece coming up for you really, really, really soon, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of you treating yourself to these ones, and well done to all of you. Just to let you know, it's a premier price point today. It's a launch price. We've not seen this strand before. So I do need to let you know that the price drop we've done on this, I can't guarantee you in the future. All I can do is definitely guarantee you till 8 o'clock in the morning. So please add it to your collection whilst you can. Lots of people say green and purples together are a thing to behold, or a thing to be seen. And actually, you've got some of the greens and purples in the peacock feathers. Mm-hmm. And I've got a purple strand here for you now of this glorious, delicate amethyst. February's birthstone here for you, ladies and gentlemen, with an epic amount of clarity. Wow. The clarity on this strand is absolutely profound. Well done, everyone who got that Amazonite, an absolute deal there for you. Real deal on that one. Look at that clarity. Wow, wow, wow. A really beautiful, gentle. Now, has this got, you know the pinky hues? It looks very, very, very similar to a very well-known, very highly priced variety of amethyst that you would expect. It looks a little bit Rose de France for me, and I have not seen that variety in a massively long amount of time, and I haven't even seen anything comparable to that within at least the last 6-7 months, at least. When you're getting something with like a Rose de France effect, you don't tend to see such a huge amount of clarity. And although, I mean, I'm not saying that this is Rose de France, because boy oh boy, if it did have that name, it would be starting with a 6, and then probably with a 9, and then probably with another 9 and a 5. This is not going to be $69.95, but if it were given the Rose de France, then maybe maybe it could be £6.95. Look at that idyllic hue. Not all of us can afford an actual Rose de France. Not all of us can afford that really beautiful, delicate appeal of not only the purples but the blushes in the background. But today you're getting a similar look, but for nowhere near the price. The name and the status of this is different, but for me, the look and the clarity is very similar. The price most certainly is not, though. £6.95. That is incredible. And imagine this sort of interlace maybe 1 or 2 onto your pendant, almost as little blooms, kind of irradiating from these kind of vine-like details. I think that would look absolutely glorious. So many of you adding this to your order now. So many people weren't expecting that deal and weren't expecting that price. I've got 30 of these left now, and I started off with a decent quantity, but not anymore, probably because it is so unique, it is so individual. I cannot think of the last time I personally have seen that such a similar Rose de France-esque colour. So if you do want a look like this, but without that massive pay packet, then you do have the opportunity. Last chance saloon on it now, ladies and gentlemen, at $6.95, a really great deal. And just make sure that when you're looking at this, you're not only looking at that idyllic hue with the purples and the pinks evenly matched, but look at the clarity. Oh, look at that clarity in there. A really stunning array of clarity. And again, if this were Rose de France, not something you would definitely be getting within there, because although they often have the diaphanity, it doesn't mean that they necessarily have such a transparency to them. So a great deal at $6.95, February's birthstone. Get it whilst you have the opportunity. And I do think it goes really nicely with that Amazonite. If you want to add a little bit of an extra almost texture, detail, zing to these, then absolutely, why not? We've just had that on your screen for you, so do add it to your order whilst you have the opportunity at $6.95. Final opportunity, everyone. Please do check out those baskets. Don't forget 0800 644 655 on that. Once you're working with quality like this, why not let's keep the quality going, shall we? Let's keep the quality going with the likes of this sterling silver clasp. Now, I brought this sterling silver clasp to you not so long ago, and I've got to say that it was extremely popular, and we're bringing you the final few of it now. I think this is so fun, and it goes perfectly with that amethyst. What do you think of this really sizable clasp, Gem? Because I just think the texture's glorious.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Yeah, it's lovely. I've seen that one.
Yeah, I think we did it together,
Yeah.
I always remember.
It's lovely. It's very oceanic, but at the same time, it's very modern. So I think it would look great with like your sheet metals. If you're if you're hammering pieces, it's quite contemporary and would work really well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lovely class, lovely size as well.
It is, isn't it? The sizeability of this is making it, I think, super unisex, but also super secure.
Yeah. It's lovely. So that's that clasp with the toggle.
Yeah.
Is that got like dimples in, like it's been beaten? It's hard to see from here.
Yeah, let me show you it like this. So can you see how you've got the textured dimples kind of running through the actual design itself? You've got them too on that T-bar.
Yeah, that's lovely.
That works perfectly, doesn't it, together?
And it is really unisex as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
I'd like that on a leather cord with that as the focal at the front. I think that would look really nice.
Would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Now, sterling silver is important when it comes to gram weight. 4.4 grams. of precious metal. That's got to be one of the heaviest, most weighty clasps I've seen. And that means more silver. And that means more value, right? More price, a bigger price point. But $12.95 still is on my screen. I'm going to roll it down for you. I'm going to roll it down for you today. It's the start of the weekend. It's a very, very, very special deal, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to drop this down in price for you now. £7.95 for 4.4 grams. That's a bigger average amount than that in an engagement ring, which is perfect for today. Now bigger, much bigger average amount than you will get in your engagement ring. And does anyone know of any engagement rings of £7.95? Because I doubt it highly that have that amount of precious metal. That is a truly exceptional deal. It really is. Massive price drop on that.
It is, and you can, you know, it's going to just add so much value to a piece. Again, amplifying that value by more than double what you would charge without it in there. So it's definitely going to earn its money back, isn't it?
Yeah, it's phenomenal, isn't it?
I'll tell you what else, because that's got that texture, and you can use your inks and things on there to sit into the texture. So if you wanted to colour it, you could add enamel colours or even your resin over the top to sort of bring out that pattern and make it even more interesting.
That's really going to make it pop, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
I like that idea a lot.
Hiya, Becky, Gemma and JM crew. We've not said hello to the crew today, have we? Hello, Michael. Michael peacocking as usual. I'm also joined by director Ben and producer Phil. Hello, gentlemen. How are you both today? Hey, Phil did scream if you want to go faster arms then, didn't he? And I'm joined by brother Pete, who's got a little bit of a poorly face. You alright, brother Pete? Hey, he's really brave. He's really being brave today. Angelique says beautiful pieces of 925 on the show today, and two of my fave beautiful ladies, and that is love from Susie. Mwah, you gorgeous lady. Thank you very, very much. Susie, wait till you see these pieces, because they are very, very special indeed. I think you might be in love with them. $7.95 for you today. Well done to all of you who've got your hands on those. Not a huge quantity of them left, I'm afraid, but good luck for all of you. How do you feel about doing something a little bit different now? Do you think unusual gems sell? Gemma Crow.
Yes. Yes, I do, especially if they've got that little bit of interest that draws people in to have a closer look. So labradorite, things with some sort of phenomenon then within them. Yeah, and something that tells a story as well.
Definitely. And these do most certainly tell a story. This is your strand of Chrysocolla that we have here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is an entirely natural strand from the Congo. Now that was an absolutely wondrous little sigh you did then, Jem.
It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Do you know, I still haven't got my hands on any.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm here. I seem to be here every time it's on.
We bring it on because we know you love it so much.
Yeah,
that means you can never get it.
Yeah.
What is it about these that really does just grab your imagination?
Well, just look at them. I mean, each of them are like a piece of art. They're just absolutely gorgeous, and the depth to them as well. It's not like that's all on the surface. The more you look at them, the more you can go into them. You know, they are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need them. I do. Really.
You do, don't you? Mm-hmm. What kind of gems would you be working with this?
Ooh. I might be a bit precious with that, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
And that is very unusual for you to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I would use them quite sparingly as well, because I think one of them has got as much interest as 5. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Because if you've got 5, you're going to look at all 5. If you've got 1, you're going to really get to know that gemstone.
To get to know that one.
Yeah. And I think it would show its importance and you know, its beauty just to have one. And I said last time I was here, I said I might make a magnifying glass. In fact, I've ordered the little glass to make one, so that on a pendant you have one of those and a magnifying glass, so that you can actually really,
oh my goodness, I love
really
that.
have a proper look at it. Yeah.
I adore that idea. That really makes the geek inside me happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a pendant with a magnifying glass, and then
that
have
is gorgeous.
just one beautiful stone on.
And this is the type
And
of one.
that's the one that inspired that sort of thought process and that design. Yeah.
Maxine's making us all jealous in the gorgeous Tennessee, saying, I have this strand and they are stunning. I'm so glad that you have treated yourself to these. I really, really am. How do you feel about just £40 on this strand? That is special.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to be taking money off this, and it's about 25% discount from this unique individual gemstone all the way from the Congo at just £29.95. Not the type of price I'm used to seeing on Chrysocolla. Look at the size of these pieces. They're absolutely worldly. Even that epic amount of kind of worldly nature on these. And if you do just want one alone, you're going to get statement look time and time again with these. You've got 25% off on the price of this today. That is a bit incredible, don't you think, Jam?
Yes. And a bit sad for me.
Oh no, don't be. You can get your hands on one if you're super quick. We might let you try in the break.
I do have the app now. I was considering smuggling my phone in, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not smuggle it in?
I might go and smuggle it in the break.
Yeah, do it on the break, absolutely. Smuggle it in, turn your ringtones off.
Yes.
No one will be any wiser. I won't tell anyone. I won't be any wise. I won't tell anyone.
Yeah.
$29.95 is really an exceptional deal. And if you did want to work these with other gems, what about that blue diamond I did for you earlier? Or what about this Amazonite, the Russian Amazonite I just did for you as well? Nodding away there.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the Amazonite.
Yeah.
Because the greens in there, it might pull those out, encourage them out even more. So yeah.
I think you're right. I think it has done that.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brought it out even more, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? If you did want that Russian Amazonite, we had it on just a few moments ago, but not a huge quantity. I am afraid of those ones left, so please do make sure you rush into the phones for that. We've got so many more goodies, so many more treats coming up for you. We really, really do. But what I will say is if you love a good, unusual, interesting connoisseur strand, then this has to be one there for you. It really does. And just wondering, what about one of these on the bales that I did for you earlier? Great size for it, don't you think? I think that size works really nicely for these ones. And then just do as Jem said earlier on and pop a little head pin in there at the top as kind of a glue point so you don't see into the drill hole. And it almost looks like a little beading cap design. They'd work nicely, wouldn't they? $29.95, big amount of money we took off that for you today, £10 off the price of your glorious Chrysocolla. Well done to every single one. And again, how amazingly would it go with the feathers that I've got coming up for you as part of our second kit. Do you want to have a nosy? There's loads to choose from. These will go great with that kind of beauty of the feathers we've got coming up. Whoa! Isn't that just glamorous? Don't you think? Do you want to have a look at another one? Oh, go on then. Sneaky peeky preview. They're coming up for you in a little bit for our masterclass, which will start for you a little bit later on. Okay. Lavender opal. Well done, everyone who got that. I'm going to pop that back on there for you because it's a very special strand. Not a huge amount of these ones. 41, did someone just say? Not a huge amount of these ones left at all for you. So you do have to be very, very quick on this. Let me see. Ooh. The milkshake hues we've got internally within here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want these, you do have to be extremely quick off the mark. I'm heading towards Last Chance Saloon on this. So you have got in here your genuine natural lavender opal. Mother Nature has given this colour. It's not been dyed, it's not been coated, it's not been irradiated or heated. This is Mother Nature's choice, Mother Nature making this. And what Mother Nature has decided to offer us with this is that glow. internally, which is just so beautiful. When you hold this up to the light, you can see this haze almost emitting from the center in this really beautiful 18 now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many of you already checked out on this, that's why I do apologize. It's probably because you can see the price online. $12.95 today on a genuine, real deal natural opal. You were telling us earlier about how you felt to work with that blue opal. Are you feasting your eyes on things like this more often now?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't have much opal in my stash. Only the Cuba PD opal, you know, the really sparkly. But now I've worked with the blue, I really want all the colours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really want to treat yourself to a full range.
And that would look lovely with the blue opal in the first kit. In fact, it would look lovely with the first kit.
I can tell how opal has really attracted you, it's really connected you now, and I can tell that because I see it myself. I can see it myself, I feel it myself, because I do love and adore opal. Do you think that more and more people should give this a go if they want to broaden their horizons a little?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've always seen its beauty, always. I can see its beauty, but after actually working with it, it's more than that. You know, it's got more than that. I can't explain it any better than that, really.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You've got to have it, and to understand just how beautiful it is.
You really do.
Yeah, and how precious it feels. It just feels so precious to work with it. It's lovely.
The touch of it, the feel of it is unique, and I have to say with this strand in particular, the pinks that are emitting from the centre is extraordinary. You do not always get that on a natural coloured opal, that really needs to be stated. You don't always, but on this strand you have, and it is like the milkshake, the kind of bubble gum effect that we've got here. It is exceptional.
Yeah, it is, and it does suit. It suits bridal very well because of the glow.
Yes.
Because of that glow, it doesn't. It is a, this is going to sound really odd.
Oh, I can't wait.
But all the opals have a golden, warm glow. Even the blue ones, they have a warm glow. So no matter what colour, they've all got that in common. That's what I've found anyway, because I had worked with some pink ones and they had a warm, fiery glow, even though these are cooler colours. It's still got that somehow.
It's still got that fierceness behind it, hasn't it?
Yeah, maybe that's what I can't explain it. It's really difficult.
Yeah, you're going to have to get these home to give it a try for yourselves. Final few available, and realistically, there's a lot of you with this in your baskets, and there's only 11 left of these. They have been extremely popular in the past, so $12.95 on the final 11. Do get those whilst you can. And I think, which one did you want to do first, my love? I think I'm going to go with the purple because I want to show you them alongside each other, if I may. Look how glorious the amethyst and the opal go together.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gloriousness. That is stunning, I think.
Yeah.
Genuine Zambian amethyst we've got there on that chain. And I'm going to bring this to you right here, right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to sell out in the next 2.5 minutes because I've just heard the price point on this and I've already seen the amount of people who are adding this to their baskets. A metre's worth at £7.95. That is truly, truly exquisite. Huge amount of this. Double dangle you've got there, ladies and gentlemen, from the individual links. You haven't just got one, you've got two. So if I hold that out for you, you'll be able to see kind of the makeup of this. Each of them already created for you. Each of these already attached. Okay, we're getting really low in stock now. Last chance saloon for you. So many of you have already checked out on this. £7.95 for a metre's worth of your brass chain. You'd be hard stretched to find even without the genuine gemstones and the added workmanship there of the double wrap loops on every single one of those very, very delicate and dainty head pins. That is a wondrous price. £7.95 for that.
So I wasn't concentrating then when that came on. That's amazing.
That is astonishing, isn't it? And let me show you, if I may.
You can get the head pins for that price.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Can I show you alongside this as well? Because I'm thinking...
I made... Is that pearls or...?
Look how glorious
Moonstone on there.
Yeah.
I made that for my mum's wedding. I actually made gemstone chain like that to house her pendant, and I can tell you it cost me a lot more to make and a lot of time.
Really?
Than that would have, yeah.
And it's for a metre as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
Okay, we're about to sell out on those ones, ladies and gents. I'm so sorry. But if you want to get the Moonstone one now, stay on the phone whilst you can, because the Moonstone, I think, goes elegantly. Lots of different stories, lots of different tales that rotate around that of Moonstone, about femininity, all about kind of connectivity itself. The gemstone itself, Afro-Selene it used to be called, which is a story related to kind of ancient Greek times, which is believed that was the name because it was two goddesses essentially that created and made up this gemstone, and it meant that it was a very empowering gem, they believed, because of the natural qualities of this. They also believed that it could actually help women connect and attach, in a sense, almost communicate with the moon, to kind of look over all and for help with protection. So a really unique and interesting gemstone we've got here. If you want to treat yourself, again, £7.95, and that is for a metre of this chain with the addition of those lovely clusters. Now I do have a better quantity of these ones available than the sort of 40 I started with, but you do have to add these to your order nonetheless, because it is less than 100 I have available for you. I think this is absolutely beautiful. What would you be suggesting for someone to do with something like this?
I would probably have it as one length that I could wrap around lots of times. You know that lovely toggle clasp, the lovely round one?
Yeah, this one, the dimply one.
I would even put that on and use that sort of as the lariat, you know, to thread the chain
Great
through.
idea.
So you can have it really long, you can wrap it round several times, or you can have it threaded through like a lariat, and then it's so versatile. You can wear it anywhere.
Perfect.
Then, even as a belt.
Your lariat design, when we talk about that, it's essentially when you almost use the components itself and the focal itself as the clasps. So it means that you can get lots of different looks. So you'd essentially drape the chain, as it were, in this case, through this section, and then you can use that just by itself as the clasp, but also the focal. And I think £7.95 for that is astonishing. If you want this clasp with the T-bar, we did it for you a little bit earlier on, and apparently we've got about 20 of those left, not a huge amount. £7.95 for you today. They are gone. So please do add this to your collection. Now, we've had so many new things, so many extra special things on today, and so many brand new things. You might have noticed we've not had star buys yet. That's because everything really is like a star buy, and this is no exception whatsoever. Well done, everyone. Final few of those. This is an exquisite sky blue topaz, and yeah, and it's just not to be missed.
Do you know, I had no idea that was topaz. Not because it doesn't look like topaz, but just because it's so huge.
It's absolutely magnificent. Get ready. This is an idyllic main wedding gift. 147 carats worth of your genuine sky blue topaz. Truly idyllic.
It is, yeah. It actually makes you hold your breath a little bit.
Yeah.
I almost forgot to breathe in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's stunning.
With sky blue topaz, you have a truly, truly ancient gemstone, and you have a gem that does something better than many others, better than even fake spos and lab-made gems. This absolutely glows. This has one of the highest amounts of internal luster of any genuine gem, and just wait for it. Look at that strand, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the glow in this. Look at the quality and intrigue of this sparkling example of a genuine gemstone.
Can you see the glow I'm talking about? I'm not talking about the sparkle and the luster that you're seeing very much in kind of that section there. I'm not talking about that, that's your luster, okay? So that's the interaction of light on a surface. So that's what you've got there. And don't get me wrong, the luster is beautiful. It's a very slick kind of luster that we've got here due to that beautiful smooth surface. But what I'm showing you at this section here when I tilt it is the brilliance. That internal glow that you can see as that light hits not just the gem but inside, and it's held inside there, it's captivated in there with that matrix, that beautiful detail of the actual makeup of the gem itself. It glows, it illuminates, and it gives such a wonderful, wonderful kind of tessellation to the light that vibrates through this. It's vivid, it's bright, it's high end, and to be able to get this in this quality is exceptional, in particular for the amount. If I just hold, how many have I got? I am going to be here a week if I count. I'll do you an ish. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. I'm about halfway at that point, 34. So 68 approximately. Approximately 68 glowing, beautiful, highly faceted gems for just £49.95. This, without a shadow of a doubt, for me is an £89.95 strand. That's what I would expect. That's what I would see. I would never ever expect someone to say to me, sky blue topaz about £1.50 each ever, let alone 75p per one, approximately. One of these on a ring is idyllic because of the shape of them. So you've got the flat drops here. So when you look at these, well, it's probably better if I show you one at the end, so it is a bit smaller. I hope you can see it. But look, you've essentially got your table at the top there. You've got the crown going around the girdle all the way to a culée. That for a ring is absolutely idyllic. Would you ever expect to buy a sky blue topaz ring with the perfect shape, with that amount of glow, with that beautiful, fascinating, intricate kind of colouring and detail for 75p? No. You're looking at around 2 carats in each one. Obviously that's an average, some will be slightly more, some will be slightly less. That is incredible.
That is incredible. It is. The profit in that strand is massive. I bet Jan's ringing in for those.
You're right, she will be. She will be getting her hands on them, definitely, I'm sure of it.
Just in a pair of earrings. Imagine if you used the gold with those, because you could definitely warrant using our 9-carat gold with those. And even if, you know, one gemstone in each ear with gold, well, you'd be looking at selling them for, what, £50, wouldn't you?
I would expect,
40,
easily.
45, £50. That's with 2 of those gemstones.
Yeah, easily.
So, you know, there's a... Oh, that is a wonderful value.
It's an incredible deal, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm having a little look online now just for prices that are popping up there, because I always think it's really interesting with topaz. It always shocks and amazes me, the price points. Yeah. It's not the type of price of the likes of an agate or a quartz out there on the market. Prices here, 1.25 ring. Carats weight-wise, sorry, 1.25 carats. Bearing in mind we've said all of these on average are about 2, £199. One drop of 1.5 carats, £195. We've got on here. Another one which is a 6x4, so it's not actually got carat weight on this, but a 6x4, 6 to 7 mil. So actually, I was a slightly larger then. Well, they are, yeah, 6x4. One 6x4 in sterling silver, £195. That's in a pendant drop that we've got here. You've got it in a ring of a 1.4 carat, £79. That's the lowest I can find right now for this kind of look and detail. If you want to add it to your order, you're going to have to be so extremely quick, ladies and gentlemen, you really do. Coming up for us after the break is our masterclass, and we have feathers, headbands and so much more brand new in newness. So do stay tuned. I'll be back with Gem in a few minutes. See you in a bit.
I started making jewellery about 4 years ago. A friend of mine asked me to go to a class with her, and I love arts and crafts, so I thought, great, that would be lovely. Went along and we did lots of the basic jewellery, such as learning just to attach a clasp. We did a stretchy bracelet, a Byzantine chainmail bracelet, beady beads, all those sort of things. I found out about Jewellery Maker at the classes that I went to. The lady there was very good. She gave us a lot of her suppliers that she used, and she also mentioned Jewellery Maker. So I started watching that and got hooked, and just every day it's on in my home. If I'm doing anything at all, it's always on in the background. I love the Jewellery Maker channel because it's a one-stop shop. You can get virtually anything you need from there. It's good quality products. I think the most important thing would be to say, don't be put off by Carol singing. Just turn the sound down slightly.
Back in May, we went to the National Wedding Exhibition where we asked lots of people how much they thought a set of jewellery was that one of our guest designers had made up. We asked lots of people and they were absolutely amazed to find out that this kit, which featured genuine freshwater cultured pearls, we were actually selling on Jewellery Maker for less than £20. Here are some of the reactions.
Genuine pearls, 95 sterling silver for under £20.
No way!
How good was that?
Yeah, very good.
It would make me extremely happy, yeah. Fantastic.
Wow.
Do you like the sound of that?
That sounds amazing.
Now, when we launched the kit, it sold out in less than 1 minute, and we had a lot of people who were disappointed that they couldn't actually get hold of that kit. The good news is that this coming weekend, on Saturday, our deal of the day is an almost identical kit featuring genuine freshwater cultured pearls and sterling silver stardust beads as well. We are going to be selling the kit for under £20. We do have a massive, massive quantity, but again, it's going to be massively popular. So make sure that you tune in for our summer wedding show this coming weekend on Jewellery Maker.
Learn great techniques with this fantastic DVD, Extruder Edition 1. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford and presenter Ed McKay and start creating new, exciting and colourful pieces of polymer clay using the multifunctional extruder tool. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Hello everybody, welcome back one and all to Jewellery Maker. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky, and today I am joined by the glorious Gemma Crow, who has created a whole bridal party's worth of headpieces here.
Every guest is catered for.
Now
Including me and you.
Yeah, exactly, including us. Now, you were saying that you just couldn't stop with this before the show.
No.
Tell me how you felt about this collection when you got it.
Well, at first I thought, oh my goodness, there's so much. How am I going to get through all this? Which bits do I use? Which bits do I sort of not use? Because Pip had said to me, Gem, please don't be overwhelmed. I've sent you a massive box of everything new. So I was like, well, that's exciting. But then I can't help it. I have to use it. And it's addictive. You do one, you get an idea for another. So you do that one, and you get an idea for another. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't stop.
No.
I really had to tell myself off yesterday and say, do some housework.
Gemma,
for goodness sake.
Get a grip, stop making more and more and more.
Yeah.
But do you always feel that way when making, or is this a bit of an extra special one for you?
This is extra special for me because it's 3D and it's you know, get in and stick things down and build things big, and I love that.
Yeah.
You know, that makes me excited. I think you can tell, can't you? So,
yeah, I can.
So, you know, yeah, it was compulsive.
It is such a glorious effect, and I am going to be bringing you all of these components. There is a load of goodies in here for you. We're going to start off with the selection of feathers.
Oh.
Now,
tell us a little bit about the feathers for you and how they are to work with, please.
Well, the selection of feathers we've got coming up, they are great for, we've got, now you have to forgive me because I forget which ones are which. So we've got the big red feathers, red and black and greeny coloured feathers.
Yes.
These are great for curling and adding texture and structure and defining shape and size. And then the same with these smaller, I think these are pheasant, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely.
These are great again because they're spiky and rigid and they again give you nice defined structure.
Okay.
And then you've got the softer ones which allow you to make beds and clusters.
Okay.
And surfaces, so they've all got their uses, which is great. And you can, you know, and also they're very adaptable. So there's also what you can do to them to change their look.
There's loads you could do with them. Yeah. So of these ones I've got for you, 25 of these ones approximately. Lovely rigidity to them and a beautiful mottled effect on those ones. You've got the huge ones here, which I bet just
rooster feathers, aren't they?
Took your breath away, really, didn't they?
I love these. These are so soft and silky, and yet they can add, you know, they add so much impact as well. And also they're sort of reversible, and then they've got this blacky sort of greeny iridescence on the one side, and then this bright sort of shocking red, really rich, deep red on the other side. So that's great. You really take advantage of that as well.
So you can see you've got the red on one side, beautiful effect, still a really silky look, and then on the other side that glorious effect of your iridescence. So a really beautiful look to those ones. Mammoth amount of those ones, also 50 in total. And then you've got 100 of these really delicate, dainty ones. Now, what are these going to be good for, Gems?
Well, these are great for sort of, well, they're great for adding filling spaces. You know, they're great for filling spaces because they've got the fluffy bits at the bottom, which is great.
Yeah.
But also you can just nip out the tip and just have a really sharp, defined, sort of flat iridescent surface, which I don't think I have used it. I have done it in one of the pieces, which I'll show you in a minute. But when I've done before, I did the whole flat of the head in that big. Do you remember the big head showgirl piece I did? That was, I used those to create the bed and sort of the almost fish scale look.
I remember.
Which is great, yeah.
So perfect for those ones. And then finally, you've got a pair here of the flower bases. So these are made up in this shape, so you don't have to really.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, that's really great that it's done for you. And you don't have to use them whole either. You can cut them into 2 semicircles, make pretty little butterflies out of them. You've got that one in your headpiece that you're wearing, and it really, one, you can use it to hide you know, all your joins and fastenings and gluey bits, and 2, it adds a real focal.
Okay.
Without too much work on your behalf.
I just need to let you know there's so many people who have checked out on this already. You do have to be quick off the mark, ladies and gents. You ready for this? Price point should be almost £39. Good, but it's not great. These are absolutely, pardon the pun, but flying out the door, and they really, really are. £22.95 for that huge array of pieces. There's a massive, massive collection here. Lots of different feels, lots of different textures and colours, lots of different shapes in there for you as well to really get a big, bold, wearable look really, really simply. So many of you have already checked these out. Absolutely huge proportion of these already gone, but don't worry, you have time. And if you want the peacock feathers, they're coming up for you a little bit later on, so please do stay tuned for those. But right here, right now, we're just waiting for these to sell out, and it's happening very, very soon. Should have been almost £40. Today, just £22.95. A wondrous, wonderful deal there for you. Isn't that very special?
It is a fantastic deal. I can tell you, I think a pack of 4 or 5 of these like this in a craft store will cost you about £4.
For just a selection like that?
Yeah, for about just 4, that amount. You know, these feature feathers in particular.
Yeah. And don't forget, you get approximately 50 in just that collection alone. Yeah. So £22.95, not surprised that that's going as quickly as it is. Right, Gem, we've got lots of different components and elements in this masterclass selection.
We have,
don't forget, if you see something you like, make sure you're adding it to your order. Where are we going to be starting please.
Okay, so what I thought I'd do is there's lots of shapes that I've created with the various Fascinator bases that you're going to get. So I want to show you a few bases, because then from the base you can add your embellishments however you please.
Okay.
But, I thought I'd show you a few of the bits I've made. So you can see the pink one with the polka dot feathers.
Yes, I can.
That one there.
Yeah.
So I'll show you how to put that one together first.
Okay. We are going to be bringing the bases to you any moment, so do stay tuned.
So for that piece, you need 3 hat bases. Actually, you need 4. You need 4 hat bases.
Okay.
Because the tulips are made up by halving 2 of your hat bases, and then you have a 4th for embellishment. So I'll just quickly show you. You will need, in addition to all your tools and bits and pieces that you've got in your stash at home, you'll need needle and thread, which is essential for sort of doing your stitching and things like that. But also an essential part of my kit is clothes pegs.
Yeah. Not the usual toolkit essential, but all right, I'll go with it.
They are invaluable for just holding something here, pinning something there. You'll need them.
Okay.
Okay, so I've cut one of our round bases in half, which we'll get in a minute. And they've got a lovely rigid structure around the edge, but they're nice. This is nice and malleable. So all you need to do is cut them in half and fold them over like that. And then pop a bit of glue in there, or you can stitch them around here. I'm going to just pop some glue on for now.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is your E6000, of which we probably have some on the website at the moment. Or in fact in a bundle, and I've got coming up for you in a moment.
Pretty sure we've got them coming up. So you just glue the one side, and then we'll pass it over like so. And just squidge it to the size you want. I mean, there's quite a big overlap there. You can make that smaller or larger. Then get your peg and pin it like that.
That's easy.
Okay, so that's how you do those, and I just leave those to dry and come back to them later when they're ready to stitch in. I would put some stitches in there as well. That would work really well. So once you've got 4, you can put them all together like so. Squidge them down at the ends. Take your base and just position them on your base where you want them.
Okay.
Now you can glue those on as well if you want, or you can stitch them in. So what I'm going to do for a minute is I'm just going to peg them in so that I can show you how it builds.
The bases are coming up for you in a moment, so do stay tuned for those ones. We've got them in an array of colours for your hat bases, and also for the kind of Fascinator bases as well, the more pear-shaped ones too we've got.
So if you can imagine, I've got 4 on there. I'm then going to take one that's this shape, this lovely teardrop shape, because you'll get 2 different shapes in each of the colours. And you can combine your colours however you like. And once I've got all 4 in there, I then popped this, embellished this piece, and then popped it onto it like that, so that it sort of swept up the side, and it sort of hid all this section here. And I was able to embellish in the gaps with the feathers and have them shooting out from all directions, and that's that design. It really is nice and simple, but I just wanted to show the construction of it. Okay, so we'll leave that one there and go on to the next one in a minute.
I'm going to bring this combo for you now. These are the feathers.
The feathers.
I absolutely love and adore the peacock feather. It is captivating. The myth, story, legend and tale behind this is phenomenal. Look at those. What captivates you about these most, Jem, when you're working with them?
Oh, the colour, the iridescence, the fluidity of them. I mean, they are so beautiful, and you know, they're majestic, aren't they? They are just beautiful.
They are glorious, aren't they?
The colours are amazing.
You are getting a big amount of these. Now, these are your natural feathers. They're around about approximately 30 centimetres worth in height, approximately. And you have got a set of around about 25 of these in total. Look at the texture in these pieces and what a dynamic look and effect it gives. Just phenomenal. You're also going to be getting these. I really like the kind of length of the almost tendril effects on these ones.
I love these, and as simple as they are, they add the most impact, I think, because they're the ones that add the structure, but the movement they add a lot of movement to your pieces. I love those.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, they are. They have got that height and dynamicism to them. But what I like about these two is I actually bought a Fascinator. Now, this is years ago because I live in Chester. And the Chester races are something that everybody goes to. You're basically forced if you live in Chester. And I bought my first Fascinator, and it must have been made up of approximately 8 or 9 of ones exactly like this, with that height and with that black kind of look to it. And I always remember to this day, £41 it was.
Wow, yeah.
Those are the prices you see.
Yeah, and those are for the standard ones you buy off the peg.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it wasn't a bespoke one or anything. No, it was from a shop.
Yeah.
It was just from a shop.
Which, 10 people at the races might also have.
Yeah, exactly, which is the worst. Today though, all of these for you. You ready for it? Rolling it down. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, is just £11.95 to get your hands on the pairing, and to let you know, approximately 100 of these ones you're going to be getting, and then about 25 on this one. £11.95 for you today on those. If you do want more feathers, I have a very, very small selection left, but if you want the peacocks and the more dramatic pieces, I would say this is your opportunity to get it. So please do be quick to the phone line. It's 0800 644 655, and they are getting low in quantity already. And I do have, if you want the guinea fowl kind of spotty ones, they're coming up for you in a bit, but that's kind of the end of the feathers. So get what you can whilst you can, and the bases and new headbands are up for you shortly too. All right, Gems, I'm back with you, my lovely.
Okay, so next thing is the next style then I've used is the one that's similar to yours, which is almost like I can't think of the style of the hat, but it reminds me of a hat shape, almost like a not pirate hat, captain's hat, or I don't know what I was thinking, but I love the shape of it anyway.
I really like it.
A bit like who am I thinking? Robin Hood.
Oh yes,
that sort of shape.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
That sort of shape. And if you can, I don't know if you can have a look at the black and red one with the faceted. That's one.
This one here, yeah.
Again, it's quite a Moulin Rouge style one.
It is
that
a bit.
one, and you can wear it central or off centre, and this is the same sort of shape. Okay, so for this hat, you need two bases, one teardrop for the base, for the actual bottom, and one circular one.
Okay,
like this one.
Perfect.
And you want the peak to be at the front of your forehead, or at the front, so that it's got that point. And then the round base you roll. So you roll it like that. You try not to force too much of a bend here, but you roll it like that. And what I find is if I held it overnight, pinned like that, it would hold that shape for me to work with. So what I've done here is I've had this one pinned, and I've let it go, and I've got that shape now to work with. Now that point, I just push down onto the point at the front there, and if I push down, I don't know if you can see what's happening, if I push down on here, you see this bit raises up because it's being pushed up by the dome of this piece here.
Yeah.
And you get a lovely sort of flat bed there then to work in, and everything sort of pushes up around it. The more I push that down, the firmer up these sides become. Okay, so if I wanted it to pivot from there, that's what I'd do. And this one, I would sew in.
Okay.
To here. In fact, let me just, if I get some wire, I can hold that in place while I show you the next bit. So if I just pin through here, it's not going to go through for me, is it? It's going to play out. I've threaded a needle there, but it's the really fine beading needle, and I don't want to waste it because there's no way I'm going to thread that again on air.
No.
So I'm leaving it there in case I need to thread some beads. Right, so I'm just going to tack this in with a bit of wire. Now you can do that as well if you want to just hold something in place while you try a design out or try it out.
And would you go for a 0.4 to do that?
Yeah, 0.4 because it's strong enough to sort of hold, and it's firm enough to go through the holes. And 0.25 seems to just bend, and any obstacle it comes up against.
Got you.
Okay, so that's pinned there, and then you would also pin through here as well to define how high up you want that to sit. So if I wanted it to be raised from here, then I'd pin sort of there, but if I want it a bit further back, a bit more subdued, I'd come further back and hold it. And all that happens is the centre raises up and changes the dynamic or the shape at the top. So try and get it nice and central. Let's poke these through. Okay, pinch that one, just hold it in place. And then with yours, the one that I've done with yours, I've let me just twist that. With yours, it's the most simple one of all.
Yeah.
Because all I did is folded that over and stitched it so that it was pinched together like that at the front, and then took one of those. They've all gone, but something like this, and just pinned and just glued that on, and then that was my basic design.
That is so beautiful.
So that was the basic design there.
Yeah.
And then I just stuck some of the pheasant feathers
out
because they've got that lovely
centre.
structure. They just stuck out, and they provided the interest really.
I think that is such a glorious design, and yet again, Gem, you're making it look so simple.
But it really is.
Yeah.
It really is. I think the quality of the products we've got. So the feathers, they do the wow statement. The bases fulfil the need of creating that framework for you to work onto, and so after that it really is just manipulating and trying out shapes together.
And this is the final selection of your feathers for this afternoon. Take a little look at these ones. So these are the bases that Gem's just shown you, essentially kind of folded over that base that you have, not just one, two you've got there, ladies and gentlemen. But also what you've got is a big amount of your mottled effect here in the guinea fowl. 100 of those in total, and they're around about a 5 by 10 centimetres on these for a big array. And you've really used these to get texture, to get a dynamism, to get a nice filled area actually.
Yeah,
on
that's
these
it.
pieces, haven't you?
Do you know what? I don't think I actually got around to using those ones in the end. These ones, because I just made
These spotty
so many.
ones.
Oh, the spotty ones. I
You did, yeah. I was going to say, yeah. Oh, these ones.
These ones.
Yeah.
I just didn't get round to it, but
just so many there to work with, and so many there to work with, even though it's only going to be £7.95 for the two bases and the 100 feathers there. Name after name after name after name after name is coming in for these. So please don't be at the bottom of or the back of that queue, should I say, because I do not wish you to miss out. Do you have any Fascinator bases, please, from Anne? Loads! We have got loads, haven't we?
Oh, loads.
What do you like about these Fascinator bases I'm going to do?
I love them. It might sound silly, but they look like you bought them, like you get in the shop.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because they are made, like the cinema-made base, and that's what you expect, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they look just like you've been out to the boutique and bought them.
And would you expect to be paying a big price for something like these usually?
Do you know, I honestly can't tell you. I don't know.
No,
because I've never tried. I mean, the first time I've made Fascinators is here, really.
Yes.
So, you know, I've only ever used the wire. These bases are new to me, and I can't say I've done my price research, I'm afraid.
But you have fallen in love with them,
Absolutely.
and I know that for sure.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to be bringing you goodies like this, Anne and everyone else, in bundles of 12. So loads to work with.
Oh, okay. Not all the... Yeah.
No.
In 12s.
And they're going to work out each under £4. Promise.
That's very good.
Promise for each and every individual one. They're coming up for you in seconds. But now let's get working with them. What are we doing for the final-ish bit?
So
now?
this is the final bit using a technique
The
using
technique.
the bases.
Yeah,
So
with the bases.
What I'm going to talk you through is creating the piece there. You're not going to be able to touch it because it's on polystyrene head.
Ah, good.
If I turn it, you ready?
Yes. Oh, yes. We're so ready for this.
It's
Yeah.
this one.
Oh, I love that one. Yeah.
Yeah. You can work the others. Now I've shown you how to cut those bases up. You can make it's just sticking feathers on. So this is the last one, and I'll show you how to curl the feathers. And I'm going to do a different colourway, so that I can take you through. You can see a different example. Okay. So for this one, you need two bases, two round bases. One for the sort of base, the bottom. But instead of using it flat to the head, I'm using it sort of concave, so that it sits upright from the head. And this one I'm going to cut into. So this one I'm going to take my scissors and cut from, now when you have a look at these bases, when you get them home, you'll see where it's got like a bias binding edge, which is great, and it doesn't fray when you cut it, so don't worry about that. But what I do try to avoid is cutting where the seam is, okay, because that's when you might get a bit of the stitching sort of coming undone. So just try and avoid there. Also have a feel around, because there's like a plastic spine running all the way around the edge to keep that rigidity. But if you have a feel around, you'll feel where it doesn't join, it overlaps. So it's overlapping from here, I can feel, to here. So I also want to avoid cutting there as well, okay? So that's something to look out for and something that as you go along you might find useful. So I need to cut into the centre. So I'm going to avoid those two problem areas and take my scissors and cut through that plastic spine and then cut a straight line to the centre of my base.
Okay.
About central. There we go. And then I'm going to take this one piece and I'm going to twist it in like so to make a small circle, like that. And then I'm going to take this piece and twist it round again to make the second circle. Okay. And then allow the two ends to overlap. So there, you see in there, they're just overlapping.
So you've kind of got 3 sections actually overlapping there, haven't you? Sorry.
You see those?
Yes, got it. Yeah, that's
so
good.
They've wrapped around.
Brilliant.
Okay, allow them to overlap. And then what I'm going to do is take a needle and thread. Now I've threaded this, this is just a normal sewing needle, not a beading needle.
Okay.
I've threaded it out with some coordinating thread. And I'm just going to stitch through those points there where there's 3. And that should give me a nice firm and secure then join. It's probably more secure than gluing, to be honest, if you can stitch it in, and it doesn't take long. It's not a big sewing job.
Okay.
Are you doing those while I do this bit of stitching?
Yeah, is that all right with you?
That's great, yeah. I'm gonna sew this out.
Yeah, we'll do these bits for you now. These are your bases that we're talking about here. You've seen Gem use both shapes, and you have also, as we've said, we will be getting 12, and that's because we're doing colour ways for you. So you're going to be getting in each of these the beautiful round, which is exactly the one that Gem has just cut in half and has used to create this beautiful floral design we're working with now. Really nice and sturdy in the centre, which means you can kind of work those different well, textures of it almost, the different shapes of it. You can use it in many different manners. You can, you know, fold them in on each other as you've seen, and just a little bit of glue, a little bit of wire in there can give so many different looks. So you're getting 3 of those in the blue, but also 3 of them in this glorious fuchsia colour. I think in that kind of cerise bright hue. Gorgeous how you can work them in together also, isn't it?
Yeah, and look how they overlap and get that purple as well.
Yeah, and you can get that mixture of texture and feel, can't you?
Yeah, they're great colours, these.
So
bright.
And the thing is too, with these bases, the colours work so well together.
Yeah.
And because of the quality of these, you don't have to hide them, do you?
No.
Obviously.
No, they actually, they are, that texture is part of the design.
The design, yeah, completely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because some bases I have seen out there on the market are to be covered, to be hidden entirely.
Like we've got some, haven't we?
Yeah, of course we have. Yeah, I forgot about those.
The plain bases.
The
really,
simple ones, yeah.
I mean, they're great, and you don't have to cover them, but they're not attractive in their own right. These are.
These ones are. Yeah, agree with that. So you've got those circles, and you've got the. Let me just give you the sizing on those ones, if I may. 13.5 you've got size on these. And then you've got the pear drops themselves, which, again, are used for a different thing, but essentially the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they are. They just add a little bit of direction. I think they're smaller, so they're sort of narrower. So it just depends on the style you want.
Absolutely, and again, still concave, still got a lovely memory to it and a lot of strength to it. And it's pieces like this that we've used in my headband. Should be £31.80. Today though, it's just £22.95. You know, I said I'd be taking these to less than £4 each. Yeah, I did way better than that. £22.95. That means each per one you're looking at around about, because there's 12, how much was it again, Phil? £1.91 approximately.
Wow.
Per one.
That's great. Yeah.
That is incredible, isn't it?
That is great, yeah. That is. I mean, I've got 2 here.
Yeah.
So what we're talking £4 and then probably about 50p for the feathers, so £4.50. Headband, say £5 at tops.
And you've made something totally unique, totally individual, which, you know, headwear wise can demand some of the highest prices out there. Absolutely. A great deal at just $22.95 for you, ladies and gentlemen. I have got a silver and goldy kind of colour coming up for you in a moment, so do stay tuned for those ones. I'll be back with you in a moment, but for now let's carry on with Gem, and you've been sewing that beautiful design into these lovely blue bases.
Yeah, I have. So what I've done is done that stitching around where the 3 they overlapped, and I had sort of 3 areas, and then I've taken that and attached it to just the plain uncut base, just popped it down, and I'm just doing a few stitches just to hold it up to the edge. Okay, so literally these are just a run-in stitch or an over stitch, it's up to you. I'm just doing it, I don't even know what the stitch is called, I think it's just a run-in stitch through, and not overlapping the sides. Okay, so that's stitched in there. You do your usual things to finish off your cotton, sort of knot it in or thread it through and cut it off.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that done. So now what I want is, I want some feathers, but my feathers are straight. You know, they're straight. And I wanted a quite compact piece.
Yeah.
So I wanted to curl my feathers so that they sat in the sort of dish that I created with that bowl. So I wanted them to sit like that, but I don't want to glue them.
Okay.
So the way to do that is you've got all sorts of options with feathers for manipulating them. So if I take my scissors, and this is just standard, I think these are the leather scissors actually, but they're great for everything. But standard scissors be fine. And you want the sort of not sharp edge of your scissors. And a bit like when you do curling ribbon, you're going to hold against the side of your spine of your feather and just push down, not too harsh, because you can always repeat this a couple of times.
Okay.
But just push against it and pull your feather through. Okay, and you see how that's curled it.
Already.
Yeah. I see I need a bit more of a curve, so I can come in and do a bit more. Okay, and get it to curve round like that. Okay, so I do that with 3, and then I'll get a nice sort of dense area of feather.
And you're even actually doing the top section to this, so you don't have to be worried about it.
No, you've got to be a bit careful, and you might lose a few of your feathers along the way.
Yeah, yeah.
But, you know, they are quite robust. And to be honest, I'll show you in a minute, I use the sections of the feathers in different ways as well. So if you do happen to be a bit heavy-handed and lose a bit of your feather, then I'll show you how to use them anyway.
Brilliant.
Or you never waste them. Okay, let's do this one.
Whilst you're doing that final one there, I'm just going to bring your gold and silver collection on here. You've got the same thing again, so it's 13.5 rounds you're getting, and you'll get 3 of those in that lovely golden colour. It's a really nice warm hue that we've got to these, almost sand-like actually. Really gorgeous warmness to them. You're getting 3 of those in total. I've also got the silver colours there as well, so a lovely look and detail to them, and again once they overlap gives a real interesting colour. And also you have the drop shapes too, which are the types that I've used, or the exact one I've been used in my headpiece up here in the gold and the silver. Your price point is matched on the previous colour at just $22.95. Final chances to get your hands on goodies like this, so please do add them to your order, and you can see how simple they are. Even if you're brand new, you too, as Jem was showing you perfectly, can create effortless, high-end, stunning pieces such as this, and for just $22.95 you can really get your teeth into it. So well done everyone on your metallic fascinators there. What a glorious colourway, the silver and the gold.
Yeah, they're amazing, and I love the gold. I absolutely love it, and I love it with the black.
Yeah.
I think it looks really contemporary, and with the blue it looks really sort of funky and modern.
Yes.
So all the combinations work so nicely together.
They are perfect to come in together. $22.95. Well done, everyone. Okay, back with you and the peacock feathers you've just added a little twirl to.
Yes. Yeah. I've curled the ribbons in this way. There are other ways that we're going to curl the ribbon.
Okay, the feathers.
The feathers. Did I say ribbons? I did, didn't I? So I've curled them sort of by length, and I'm just going to offer them up because, you know, I said you can keep going back in to give them more of a curve.
Yes.
So just keep offering them up to the space that you want them to sit in, and just when you're happy that they've got the right curve. So I love how that's hugging that now.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So I'll hold them in place and sort of have a look at where that's going to be stitched in, and I'm just going to tuck the ends of the feathers in underneath the curve there. So
Okay.
if I can lift it up and I want to tuck them in there.
So I suppose that hides it.
Yeah.
And it gives a bit of security in a way,
that's
doesn't
right.
it?
So if I put that in again and just come round and see where I need to cut them or where I need to bind them then. So I need to bind them roughly here. This one seems to have come out of place a little bit. They were nicely staggered a minute ago, weren't they? I've lost the shape. Let's pop them in again. So just have a play until you get the right shape. Yeah, that one I want to come down a bit.
And are you looking for balance? I know we were talking about balance earlier.
Yeah, I am. And also I didn't want all the eyes on top of each other because they're sweeping round together.
Yeah.
I wanted to be able to see the eyes through. So if I
So you get that ripple sort of look,
they're
don't
coming
you?
round now. So
Yeah.
I can see that's where they need to be pinned in or joined in. So grab them there, pinch them all together. And you can do this with needle and thread or cotton again. But I've got some wire to hand here, so I'm just going to bind that really nice and tightly together to keep them all nice and tight in. Once I've got that bound, trim them off and secure those wires just by twisting them together. That will just hold it all in place.
Okay.
To be honest, that's probably overkill. You probably don't need to do that, but I'm just going to do that in case they spring apart. Okay, and then trim the wires off. We don't need those now. Okay, and then I can trim all those tails off at the end to get it nice and neat. And then what I've done to hide that is I've used a bit of ribbon, and you might have some ribbon in your stash. I know we've sold lots of ribbon recently.
Yeah, we have.
Bit of ribbon to hide that section there. And again, I would use needle and thread to stitch that on, or you can glue it if you want. So just trim that. It's going to hide that section. A little bit there, and then you know, this is the time when you get this. If you're a hoarder, I think a lot of us crafty people, we tend to keep everything. You know, ribbons from chocolate boxes,
everything.
Ribbons from gift boxes, from bottles of wine, soap sets,
everything.
Yeah. This is when you will find a use for everything in your loft.
Even little tiny little bits.
Yes, and that's what's so great because it is a real. You can really go to town.
Yeah.
Right, I'm not going to stitch that fabric on because I don't think you need to see me do that. I'm just going to pop these in, and like I said, we really tuck that in as far as we can under that section there. And then you can use your needle and thread to just put a few stitches in to hold them in place. So.
And of course you'll have the ribbon there, won't you? So that's already got more of a base in a sense to go through, sorry, when you're stitching it in.
Yeah. Because your feathers, the spines of those feathers, you can put needles and thread through. You can actually stitch your feathers together if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So you know, needle and thread is probably the most traditional way that people that make hats actually get their feathers in place. So it's only because I use wire that's my go-to. But yeah, needle and thread is perfect.
Glorious, isn't
Okay.
it?
You've got some more.
Look at this collection I've got for you here. The monochrome. Surely one of the most known colourways, actually.
Yeah, and safest, isn't it?
Yeah,
definitely the safest.
Yeah, why would you say safest? Because I do agree with you on it.
Because it's you know, there's not anybody out there that says, oh, I don't like white or I don't like black, is there? It's a base. It's your sort of standard. It's your backdrop. Yeah, it's your backdrop, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah. It's probably the most popular. And if you're unsure what somebody's taste is, you can almost be certain that black and white is just going to work for them.
Yeah, you're right. It is a bit of a safe option, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have got your ivory and your black selection here. This is our final amount of the Fascinators, and again we have matched the price. They work beautifully together. They really do, with the overlay, with the over the top crossing, but also, as Jem said earlier on, they do work perfectly with some of our other colours that we have for you as well, such as that gold collection we did earlier. I mean, the black and gold, glamorous, the ivory and gold working really beautifully, but you know, you can use all these shapes and sizes together. 22 left, this our final amount, so beautiful for you to be able to get your hands on them, and possibly one of the most workable collections. I've got so many treats to come for you, such as brand new hairbands coming up for you, which are going to be perfect to attach these onto, and we'll talk to you about that in a moment. But now, chance on these ones, the last ones of the day, £22.95 is your reduced price. You'll have to pay more than that in future, but not today, because it is our bundle on the Friday, so £22.95. Well done, everyone. Okay, Gems.
Okay.
Where are we up to?
Next step. So all I've done is stitch those in. I've actually popped a few tacks in there because these are a bit springy and keep moving. I don't want that to happen when it's actually been sold or I'm wearing it. So I've popped a few tacks in, very untidily, but you can make that tidy at home. So I've then got these feathers. Right now, that looks a little bit, it's not really working for me. I think I want a bit more texture here. With the red feathers, when I put those into this design, exactly the same technique, but because they're so sleek, they sort of slinked around.
It kind of fills the area, doesn't it, on that one?
They're completely free, those feathers. They're only attached at that one edge.
Wow.
So, you know, they really hold their structure nicely.
Yeah.
So, but with this one, these feathers, they're slightly different. They're a bit more, you know, they're a bit more spiky. They don't hug each other. They don't zip together like those feathers. So I think I'm going to curl the edges just to give them a bit more interest.
Okay.
So I'm going to take my scissors again, and this time, instead of going up the whole spine, I'm going to take the individual sort of feathers, tendrils, and pull very gently, put the spines onto this blade, onto the back blade of the scissors, and just bit of pressure down on my thumb and just pull them through, and you'll see them curling. Now you can get a different direction on them, so you can get them spiraling this way, and that just is a case of you experimenting and deciding what angle to pull the feathers through at. Okay, you see them curling round now. It gives you a completely different look. So we go across all of them. And again, like I said, you may lose a few on the way, but don't worry, because it will all blend in.
I just think it's amazing how workable they are.
Yeah, yeah. They are absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so you can imagine doing that all the way across. So they've got them all nice and curly, a lot more fluid. Okay, so that's in there. So now I'm going to work on this sort of spiky tufty bit from the top. And that consists of these, what are these called again?
Those ones, I've forgotten entirely, you know. They're the ones that came with the peacock feathers, aren't they?
Yeah.
I've forgotten entirely.
What they're called, I'll tell you in a minute. So with these, I just wanted a group of them to be sprigging out of this section here. So all I'm going to do is take a selection. I want different heights, different lengths.
Okay.
All different ones, different sizes. Quite a cluster of them I had in there. You want quite a lot of movement. So you take some more. Keep going.
I think we sold out of these feathers that we're currently showing you. But don't worry, because there should be some more available online. Out of the stock that we've got in the rooster ones, possibly. In fact, maybe one or two more of these with the peacock feathers available. If there is, we'll put them up on your screen. And if you do want the headbands, brand new headbands, which we'll talk about momentarily, coming up for you in a moment or four.
Okay, so I've got this lovely, all these clustered together now. So all I want to do is, again, like before, I want to bind them together. So take some wire or cotton, it's up to you.
And again, 0.4 you're using
I'm
here.
using 0.4, yeah. Anything to bind them together. So it can be larger if you like, or even smaller, just so long as you're getting them bound in. Okay, good twist. And twist them together to hold them. And again, this is going to be really hidden, so you're not gonna see it. Now I want that quite low down as well, so I might need to adjust that a little bit because I need it right at the bottom.
Is that just so you can't see it?
Yes, because that's quite deep.
Yeah, it is.
There. That might be okay where they are now, so I'll leave that there, but you don't want it all the way up here. You want as much spring and your movement on these as possible. Okay. So the lower you wrap, the more movement you'll get.
Get you.
Trim that off, and again, because that's going to be seen, cover that with some ribbon, a bit of fabric, or even some more feathers if you like, just so you can't see it. But I'm actually going to add another detail to this that I haven't added in the one that I'm sort of taking you through, but I've added it in other places, and it's another technique that you can use.
Okay.
So do you want me to do that now, or have you got something? Should I do that
You
one
do
now?
it now, because
Okay.
I can hear Phil around the back rustling away,
Rustling
and I think
away.
he's bringing us some. There he is. Look at him rustling away. Look, doesn't he look sneaky? And there's Ryan. Hello, Ryan, coming up on the Late Show. Director Ryan, looking a little bit like a pirate today, isn't he? It's really good. He's bringing us some headbands. So yeah, if you want to crack on, then
Okay, great.
I'll interrupt you in a bit.
Right. So for what I'm going to make now are these little sprigs. And these are great just for adding in where you need to fill a gap, you know, and they look lovely. They've got all the, it's very hard for you to see, but they've got all that iridescence, so different angles, you get different colours. Okay, so I'm going to make some of those, show you how to make them. Now, when I get my peacock feathers, I get them all out of the bag,
Okay.
lay them all out, and I find the ones with the best eyes,
Yes.
and I keep those. And then
What do you mean by the best for you? Is that the most even, the largest?
For me, it's the ones that are tapered and these feathers are completely
Continual.
all still intact at the top.
I
You get
see.
the lovely tuft and that flow.
Yes.
So, you know, so I take out my best ones, my prime ones. But then occasionally you'll get the main body of them would be the greens, the dark greens, turquoises, purples, navies. But then occasionally you get these. And these are the special ones.
Right, why are these the special ones?
Well, look at them. They're yellow and green.
Yeah,
I mean,
they are
They are bright,
fascinating.
neon green.
I mean,
Isn't
if
it?
I show you them in comparison to maybe some others,
Stunning.
they are really captivatingly different. They
Yeah.
really, really are.
They are different. Can you tell?
It's hard to
We
see,
wiggle them.
really. You might be able to show them to Michael if we give him a bit of a wibble. Did you just say?
I didn't say anything.
I'm sure you
Because
said
Michael.
wibble.
Michael's throwing his voice over here.
Oh, is it? Yeah, but you can see, look at that. You can tell yours perfectly, can't
Look
you,
at
that
that.
iridescence?
That green. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's glorious. Absolutely glorious. Love those. They're real, aren't they? Okay. So, we've saved the real nice iridescent-y ones.
Yes, but I saved this one because I like it. And also, what's different about this one is it must be from a different part of the tail, you know, it must be a different part of the anatomy because these here are longer as well.
Yes.
So this is perfect for this technique. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to strip this feather down. So I'm going to take from here, I'm going to leave the eye intact because I can use that in something else. And I'm going to take this top feather here, and sometimes it can be great, and you can take a whole strip off at once.
That's
Sometimes you take one at a time.
Okay.
But if I just gently pull down, you see that stripping from the stem.
It is.
I'm not sure it's going to go all the way, but we can just strip that down. So no, sometimes you get one or two at a time. Okay.
Sometimes does it really just all go?
Yeah. Especially the smaller ones. I mean, I don't know, maybe this feather's a bit more mature. I'm not sure. Maybe it's longer to grow. I don't know.
That's glorious.
But take these.
Whilst you're really quickly stripping that, I did say I'd have to interrupt, and I'm going to. I'm going to have to interrupt right here, right now. Don't worry, we'll be back to Jen, but it's because I'm bringing you your headbands, brand new headbands, never ever ever seen before. These are glorious to look at, and I love that you're not just getting the individual single one, which is a perfect round of wire with a great amount of memory to it, with that really lovely ball detail, but also you're getting 10 of those, by the way. Really lovely kind of gauge of a 1.5 to these with that finishing look, and not only that, you're actually getting the double as well. So can you see how they meet at the base, and then they graduate apart, and then they meet back up at the base again? So a double, you're getting 10 of those and 10 of the single as well. Something brand new to us today. If you want to add this to your collection, great time to get them. Your price point today, it's really, wow, okay. Double headbands like this one here in that well-known craft stall are $4.95 or $3.95 each for a double headband like this. Ours are working out approximately 60 pence each.
Wow, is that for all of them?
Huh?
Is that for all of those?
Yeah, sorry, for 10 of the singles and for 10 of the doubles. So 20.
For 20 of them?
Yeah.
That's really great. That's amazing.
Yeah. Didn't expect that then,
no,
obviously.
I didn't. No, definitely not, no.
That's an incredible deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
We've had loads of messages in. Becky, does the double one stretch out? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Stretch it out.
I know what she means.
Oh, wait. Oh, stretch out like this?
Yes, the other way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Because if I show you it in comparison.
I wouldn't tug it, but I think you could pop something in between. They look great with those Swarovski crystals.
They would.
In between, wouldn't they?
So this is the one that I've just stretched for you, and you can see that memory is holding it in place, and this is the one as it is in the packet. I don't know if my hands will help. So that's actually quite a big difference, isn't it?
Yeah, you could probably go a little bit further.
You probably could
just,
as well.
Just be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope that helps you, Tanya. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I'm going to bring you another colourway. They're coming up in a gold in a moment as well, so please do stay tuned. Gem, I'm with you for the final 6 minutes.
Okay. Right, so now we're going to take wire again and bind all those bits that I've stripped off together. So we'll bind them with the wire, nice and tight as before. Trim it off and trim all those straggly ends off as well. Okay, and now I'm gonna pop both of these in to that headpiece just to add a bit more texture. So then I'd wrap both of these in the ribbon just to hide the bottom so that it sort of disappears into the sort of shadows of the headpiece when I put it in there. So let me just trim that off. And again, this is where your clothes pegs will probably come in nice and handy. My glue in there, pinch it in.
And you're working with your E6000. Would you go for a hypo cement with this, or is E6000 the one for you? Haven't we got E6000 glue? We have got that coming up next hour if you want it.
I would be either or. The hypo cement fabric would be what I would tend to use with feathers.
Yeah. Because it helps it keep its movement.
Yeah, but in places like this where I don't need any movement or flexibility, wouldn't really matter as long as I get it together. Right, I'm going to put my peg on. See if I can get that right in. I can get that right down. Now the peg is really helpful in this instance as well, because angled correctly, that will help me position it so that it sits in exactly the right place.
Because it's not flopping over then, is it?
Exactly. So I'm going to load this area with a big squidge of glue.
Glue bundle coming up for you, and I think it's safe to say pretty essential for these makes. So if you do want to treat yourself to them.
Yeah, I get through lots of glue.
They're coming up now, did you say? On your main screen. You've got E6000. There's a picture of a gemstone online for some reason. Ignore that. It is E6000, the glue Gem's just been working with, and your GS Hypo Cement as well. Both, no way. How do we keep doing this? The Hypo Cement alone is more expensive. $4.95.
Wow, that is...
This, in the well-known craft store, you know, the one you go to if you've got hobbies, this alone is £2 more expensive than what's on your screen. Well, £2.5p-ish more expensive. But you don't just get this, you get the E6000 as well. So a great pairing there for you, and something we don't get to see often at all. Okay, Jam.
Right,
I'm
last
back.
bit.
Yeah.
Last bit is attaching the headband, and now I put mine on a black tiara base, which is, you'll be getting that in a minute.
I'm bringing those up to you. They might be after the break, okay?
And if you've got black wire, great, because it will hide. But I had gold wire here. I haven't got any black wire at home for some reason. Okay. So I just used a 0.4 or 0.6 wire, and we're going to just put it through, and I coloured it in with a marker pen so that you couldn't see it, which, you know, you can do. And the same with when I got little bits of glue on the tiara bases I didn't like to see it, I coloured it in with pen.
That's
and then
clever.
it just hid.
See, it's the little finishing touches.
Yeah, so all I'm going to do now is take my wire and thread it right through the tip of this cone here, that, you know, is the one I made with the one base, and stitch it right through there, through the base itself. So this takes a bit of wiggling to get it through. So through there, and the other tail as well. So we've got the wire doubled over and going through. Give it a wiggle. Both tails coming through now, yeah. And you might want to stitch back through a couple of times, but I've got through there once. Take my tiara band. Now this one, I don't know when they do, I think Sam's doing the photographs tonight. When Sam photographs, it'd be really useful if Sam photographed the back, the underside of each one as well, because it shows you where to attach for each design, where the best place to attach the band is.
Someone make a note of that, please.
So that would be really helpful, because some you attach it here so that it sits forward on the head, and some you attach in the centre. This one is right through the centre, and all I'm doing is going to wrap that onto the band. Now it's flippy floppy when it's not on your head, but as soon as it's on your head, it's not flippy floppy.
You've got the base there, haven't you?
Yeah. There you go. And tighten that, make that nice and tight. And then colour it in with pen so it doesn't show if you haven't got black wire.
If you haven't got the black wire. I have got the black headbands coming up. We will be doing them after the break.
That is it. I know that's a different colourway to the one that I've sort of modelled this one on, but it's still the same techniques, exactly the same.
That is absolutely glorious.
Okay.
She is an amazing, amazing, amazing teacher, isn't she? Jem, it's just an outstanding array, and you've shown us essentially how to make pretty much all of the pieces here, because a lot of the elements are crossovers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, and the pheasant feathers, if you've got that bundle, because they're so rigid, they speak for themselves. You just literally glue them in where you want to have them.
Just glue them in as you need them.
Yeah.
And you've obviously got this one here, which is just the gemstones sewn in, and we're going to do the gemstones possibly after the break.
We haven't even done them.
Possibly after the deal of the day, because I'll be honest, we've got so many goodies for you. I'll squeeze in some gold headbands for you here and now, though, shall I? And we have got so many more coming up for you. I told you, new. We've just run out of time, and we didn't want to interrupt Jem because these pieces were so glorious. The gold headbands now. Now, in under 60 seconds, can you tell me what you love about these headbands, maybe compared to our other ones, or alongside even?
They're discreet.
Yeah.
They're more discreet than a band. Like, you can hide them easier,
You're right.
which is great.
Great for your hair.
And they're really comfortable. I've had one on, and usually I can feel the sort of pressure within a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But I've got one on, and it's that design, and it's so comfortable. It's really springy. They hug your head much better than the other ones.
I like that as a description. You have got the single band, as you can see here, which has the little balls at the end, and then on this one you've got the double headband, as it were, which has they've had a little snuggle, which has the kind of cap details on the ends of these. These are the golden colour. I've got black coming up for you, and a sneaky hidden colour as well. They're coming up for you in a moment. But you want to treat yourself to these, now's your opportunity. And for the 20 of them, 10 of each, it's just £11.95. Again, working out about 60 pence per one. In my local supermarket, plastic one, start price is £1.50 for plastic, and it's just one.
Yeah, absolutely. You can. Yeah, I've seen them in the supermarkets.
It's a great deal, isn't it? It really is.
Amazing.
Jem, you are wondrous and genius and so inspirational. I absolutely love these and adore all of these designs. I really have. I'm going to talk to you more about your tiaras later because I've only just realised you haven't used all of your tiaras, your headbands, as maybe you would expect.
No,
so I will keep that piece there, and I will talk to you about that very much after the break. So it's all about not using your headbands just as a headband, but actually as adornments. I've got more of those headbands, deal of the day pearls, and this incredible collection of gemstones which you've used in these pieces coming up after the break. Gem's sticking around as well, so she'll be able to help us up with lots of inspiration with our special gemstones. Myself, the entire team, and all of these gorgeous makes will be back with you very, very soon. And don't forget, if you've got anything in your basket, very important to check it out now, because a couple of our products, we've literally got 2 or 3 left. So do please check those out whilst you can. And then join us on the other side of this break for more treats.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
I found Jewellery Maker by flicking through the TV one day and being absolutely astounded by the gemstones and the price. Obviously sceptical at first, but within days I'd ordered, never looked back. My first impressions were how friendly the channel is and feeling like being on the other side of the screen, you're still part of it. I enjoy the gemstones most about the channel, but also the presenters and the guest designers learning new techniques. Claire McDonald's my favourite guest designer. Her wire work is absolutely amazing, astounding. I love how the channel's evolved recently. I love the prices that we get, and the customer service is fantastic. Advice for somebody starting out in Jewellery Maker would be to have a little go at everything, see what you like, and then go with that, because you'll excel at whatever you're enjoying.
Howlite has a monoclinic crystal structure and is easily identifiable as it often displays a black to grey spiderweb matrix across a background of white. Howlite's really popular as a summer stone as it really hones the details of holidays and summer living.
this is a really special deal of the day. I had to actually come in the morning show because I was so blown away by the beauty of them. Exquisite, natural pearls. I love them. I think they're so gorgeous. Graduated, perfect rounds. And yes, they are the real deal. No, they're not shell. No, they're not plastic. They're not even glass. Genuine, natural, freshwater pearls. When you have a pearl that has such an idyllic luster, you have something which will demand an excessive price point, a very high price point. Excessive may be the wrong word because it's understandable. When you have something in your mollusk and it's excreting this nacre and it builds up layer after layer after layer, the longer it builds up for, the more of an opportunity there is for something to go wrong, the more of an opportunity there is for the actual surface itself to become dimpled, for it to undulate too much, for it to get almost a ripple effect. I sometimes get like a helter-skelter effect down them. I'm sure you'll have all seen that. That's kind of the look and detail you usually will expect. And that happens naturally because that's what Mother Nature does. Very rarely does Mother Nature work totally to the rules, and it's rare when she does. With this she has. It is absolutely exquisite. Take a little look. Again, because they're too glorious to be ignored. Now I've been told that we will not have enough of these left over for we expect the end of our day today. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to get this collection whilst you can, because it is a collection in essence, isn't it? It has got that big focal statement main and pendant. It's then got the slightly more delicate bracelet size, and then idyllic for your earrings on the end there. Last chance saloon on what has to be a perfect strand of pearls. Are you a fan of these £89.95 pearls? Please, Gemma Crow. Gemma Crow stood at the side of my screen and she's just going like that. I'm
telling you, I've got them.
You love these, don't you?
Yeah, I bought them this morning.
Yeah. Tell me what it is about them that made you have to purchase them.
They look like they're worth thousands of pounds. That's, you know, they look, I don't know, they look proper.
Yes.
Is that the word? Proper.
You're
like,
right.
Like you're proper rich if you're wearing those.
Yes, completely.
Yeah, they're amazing. They're absolutely beautiful.
They are idyllic, aren't they?
Yes.
The luster quality of these to my eye looks like your AAA grade easily, because of the smoothness, because of that beauty. The colour of these is naturally one of approximately the second rarest naturally occurring colours out there in the freshwater pearl environment, and we've got it in every single one of these. The sizing of these and the shaping of these is, for many, the most expensive shape in variety that there is out there on the planet. Time and time and time again, in so many different types of pearls, including the likes of your Tahitian, including the likes of your Akoya, the most expensive shape for you to get your hands on will be perfect rounds, and that's what these are. They are idyllic perfect rounds that we have here for you across the entire strand. Now, I cannot encourage you enough to check out. By the looks of things, I'm not going to last till the end of the show with quantity of this, because we are extremely low in opportunities now. Gem, we need to know what you're going to be doing with yours.
I'm going to be knotting them, and I'm toying with the idea of, I've got some from a birthday show. Do you remember the tiny, tiny spaces that sat in between two beads? Like
Yes,
they're a bead in their
the beaders, yeah.
And I'm contemplating putting one either side of the centre pearl, but I'm also thinking maybe I just put a really beautiful gold clasp on the back, and that's it. I don't know yet. When I get them in my hands, I'll know.
That's when you'll know. That's when they'll speak to you.
Yeah.
But you're saying gold instantly.
Yeah, I think so, because I think they look like they're worth thousands of pounds, and I wouldn't, you know, and I want gold on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is such an epic quality of pearls, it really is. And one thing I would say is, don't forget to do your pearl test whenever you're purchasing pearls, even if it's from us. Make sure you're doing your pearl test. Some people say rub them against your teeth. You can do that, but I wouldn't suggest you walk into a high street store and start rubbing their pearl jewellery against your teeth and then popping it back in and going, no, it's not for me. The way I would always say to test your pearls is to actually rub them against each other. Get two of the same variety in the same size, like these two near at the ends, and just gently rub them together, and you can feel a grit. It's a gentle feel, but you can feel it. If you want to be sure, I would suggest that you get a strand of shell pearl as well, and then do the same. You will definitely feel the difference then. With your rounds in particular, it's important because so many people want them that so many people copy them and try to get them in you know, synthetics in your glasses, etc. With this though, the real deal, I just think it is exquisite. And the amount you have on this, still being able to have it as a necklace length and more, at just $89.95. I can see how happy you are with these. I can tell. Your face has just been lit up as soon as you've had them on.
You imagine the occasions you're going to wear them. That's what you do. And I think, oh, I'll wear them when I get married. I'll wear them when my nephew gets married. And I'll wear them when my son gets married.
Yeah.
You know they're going to be in every family photograph for the next 7, 8 generations, however long you've got somebody to hand them to.
Yeah.
You know, for me, they would go to Talia.
Yeah.
You know, or one day if my Tom gets married, you know,
Yeah.
they might go to his wife or daughter, or
yeah,
you know. So it is one of those very magical purchases, isn't it, that you know is going to be with you forever.
Definitely, it is that heirloom piece, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a real heirloom piece. And please don't forget for me too that when you're getting elements and pieces like this, it's really important to remember that if you are going to be selling these on, that perhaps you are very careful as to exactly where you sell them. I don't imagine for one moment, I wouldn't suggest that any of you would be thinking this, but I wouldn't suggest perhaps that these would be your, you know, everyday school fair kind of sale. These are going to be for those art pieces, really, I think. What about you?
Yeah, or, you know, like Jan does in the hotels.
Yes.
They're jewellery shop pieces, aren't they?
Yes.
You know, they stand on their own. They've got a shelf to themselves, you know, a plinth to themselves. They are exceptionally beautiful.
They do. They're on their own pedestal with their own spotlight on.
Yeah, and I think that the less you do to them, the better. They are classic, and I would say they'll never ever date if you use them classically.
No. And if you do want to use them classically, one manner of doing that is with your silks. We might have some on the website, your silk threads. But just simply adding a knot in between these is a very classical manner. It's been done for many years, and way of stranding these. But of course, you know, don't let that stop you. You can do exactly what you want with these. You really can enjoy working with them. At $89.95, I'm sure a lot of you will. Now, I do have to encourage you to check out those baskets because I am in my last chance saloon. People from all over the world actually currently have this in their baskets, and I don't want any of you to miss out. We have worked, you know, what 5-6 years now to get a strand like this. I've never seen a strand like this, and I doubt I'll be able to again, because it is a very special opportunity and a very special occasion. And at $89.95, I'm not surprised you snapped these up.
Yeah, it was. My mum said to me, because I left my mum in charge of my account this morning, and I said, Mum, 11 o'clock, I'm going to be driving, but I need these pearls. So she said, okay. And I said, you can just buy them. She said, do you know how much they are? I said, no, I don't know. And she said, well, you sure you want me to then? And I said, yeah, I know I want them. So then she texted me and said, Please don't tell me off, they were £90.
Yeah.
I said, that's fine.
That was fine for you?
That's fine. I know that they are worth, I didn't actually care how much they were.
No.
You know what I mean?
So even if it was, say, 140, you'd have still been gung-ho?
Yeah. What I do know is I know the value here is amazing. Yeah. Yeah. So I do know that before I even start. So, you know, it was going to happen. It didn't matter really what tag you put on it. They were going to be mine today.
And they are most certainly yours. They'll be coming to you in a few days, and everyone else who's put this into their order, apart from sadly those people who are checking these out at the moment. Please do ensure you're checking them out because they are absolutely glorious, and I only have around about 30 left. Well, less than that now. Well, way less than that. Well done, absolutely everyone. A real special opportunity.
Can I have a little squeeze?
A little what?
A little squeeze.
A little squeeze. Have a little squeeze, says Gemma Crow. Yeah, go on. How are they feeling?
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Are they what you expected?
Yeah.
Up close even?
Yeah.
Please don't forget for me too, because I don't know if this is the same for you, but down the lens of that camera right there, which is around about 40 times magnification. Hello, your camera. Down that one. Hello. That's 40 times magnification, which is why we all hate when it's on our faces. But you have got, I can see, still an amazing surface area to them, but it's even more impressive in real life, isn't it?
It is. They are incredible. They're like... They're exactly what I thought they'd be. They're like... They look like they should be thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
You know,
They're ideal, aren't they?
gorgeous.
Absolutely ideal. I've got so many goodies coming up for you. Hello everyone, sorry I haven't said hello in this hour. Really nice to see you, I'm Becky. Really lovely to be back with you today. I have got a gorgeous chain for you coming up. Can I give him a little sneaky peek, is that alright? I just want to give you a sneaky peek of this chain because I think one pearl hanging from this chain and then you're going to have the price of the chain and the whole pearl strand done and dusted, because look at how unique that chain is. And guarantee you under £15 on this chain. Look at that amount of uniqueness and that amount of sparkle you get with this.
That's lovely. It's that little solid sections.
Yep, little solid sections. Can you see those?
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Stunning, aren't they? Should we do them now, Jam?
Go on then.
Go on then. Literally, I was going to do these headbands. We're going to do these headbands for you in a bit. But I could just see that you were like, oh yeah, you're holding the pearls, and literally there's a little TV set. I don't know if you know, there's a little TV set in the TV screen just there, and she's literally with the pearls going. Seeing the price, Gemma Crow?
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. That's a good price, isn't it?
That is a good price, isn't it, Gem?
Yes, it is.
Genuine sterling silver necklace chain. It even says sterling silver on it. And look at those solid sections. Come on, have a read good nosy.
Have a proper
Have a read good nose. Come on. Can you see like they've got little
tubes?
Yeah, but they're like helter-skelter, aren't they? Can you see?
They're like holographic.
Yes. Holographic. Oh, God, I was going to say. Oh, yeah, holographs.
Holographic, darling.
That's pretty beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, they are. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. $5.95, would you expect it?
No.
No. No. Even if I brought this to you for $14.95, I think that would be exceptional, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a great value chain, yeah.
Because of the amount of precious metal, loads of you coming in for this. It's one of our heaviest chains that we've had in quite some time. It's got a massive extender on there as well, which I know is important to a lot because it means obviously you've got... In fact, how long is that extender? Woo! Looking at about 2.5 inches, mine looks like. About 2 inches. No, yeah. And you also have on here the clasp itself, and you have that little nook where you get the 95. It says 95 in there, so loads of people can see that. Just look at that lovely helter-skelter. If I give that a little... Ooh. Isn't that glorious? It does look holographic, Gem. You've hit the nail on the head there, my love.
Yeah, it is like that. I'm trying to think what it is. It reminds me of, but it is holographic. Yeah,
yeah, it is.
Gorgeous.
Like those, yeah, it's holographic, like those bookmarks you get from the zoo and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know the ones I mean? See?
Yeah. Twisted.
Gemma's description then was, oh yeah, yeah, it's exactly it. I remember getting well off of the early 90s. PG Tips, other teas are available, used to do the holographic monkey.
Yeah.
Magnets, didn't they?
They're drinking their tea.
Yes!
I got an Olympic one.
Do you?
I've still got it, yeah. It's brilliant. I love it.
Holographic never goes out of style,
No.
which is good because this gives you that look and feel. Okay, hardly any of these left now. Last chance saloon, ladies and gentlemen. Please do check on out Dumfries and Galloway, Kent, Lancashire, Texas, Somerset, Surrey, another Surrey, Bedfordshire, Essex, Cheshire, Angus, a place I can't pronounce, South Yorkshire, Manchester. All of you with it in your baskets, you need to check on out because otherwise you will miss on out. £5.95 for you today on that one. I think that is from one pearl on it. Glory, yes. Okay, going to do your headbands for you now. Now, these headbands, if you've just tuned in, oh, you missed. You know what? I think you missed 2 masterclasses today because even our first demonstration, we started over with you, so loads of mates coming up for you today. If you have just tuned in, we were doing glorious headpieces such as this, the one Gemma's got on. We did these today and we showed you how to create these glorious, glorious headband pieces. And the thing you're going to need is the base. So we've got the hairband base to these, and these are brand new. So normally our headbands are very flat, aren't they? They're almost like a flat piece of wire. Not with these ones. You're looking at around about a 1.5 wire. But it's not like our normal copper wires, because if it were, obviously I would do that and it would just stay in place. What you have at the heart of these is brass, and it has more of a memory to it. So you can work these and you don't have to worry about them kind of coming out of shape or anything else like that. You get the little nook, the little balls on the end there as well, so real nice comfort on those, and a glorious finish in total. 10 of them. And then 10 of these ones, which I think are glorious. These are your double headbands that we have here for you, and they give a real nice look to them. We were talking about them earlier on and how they have that almost bead cap ending to them, and yes, you can kind of guide them out eventually, just like with our original ones, because of that memory. And you can of course make this area slightly larger here as well, or even finer if you did want to maybe weave those in together. Lots of you already treated yourself to these. They are brand spanking new. Your price point today, everybody, was just $11.95, working out about, was it 65p or something like that each? It was something like that, wasn't it? Which is a great deal. 60p each it was working out, which is a wonderful deal, because ones like this, the double ones, and may I note as well, these are rose gold plated. So it's real rose gold over the top of these, not gold paint or anything, or even a flash. With these ones and those ones coming in for that price, you have got something which on the well-known crafting stall, the big one, they are, I'm sure they're either $4.95 or $5.95 each for just one double band. 60p for us today though. Great deal. I'm also now going to bring the final, is this the final pairing? Am I right in saying that? The final package. And these are in, oh, nearly touched that. These are in the black and the antique copper. Now, these are both the individual hairbands. Tell me how these ones were to work with, please, Gem, because they're so different to what we're used to seeing, I think.
Yeah, they are. I like the black ones. They're really nice and discreet. You know, they hide.
In brunette's hair, I suppose.
Yeah, they do. And also, you know, when you do fascinators, you're often using black, maybe not metallics. So it's nice to have sort of that matte finish as well, you know. I mean, if you are using metallics, the other ones are brilliant because they match all our wires.
Definitely.
But I liked having the matte finish on there, and it's not akin to any particular metal, is it?
No.
So I really liked that element.
It has got a beautiful finish, and for anyone who's thinking, which you might, oh, those ones look identical to the ones we've just had, let me reach across, not very stylishly, I'll be honest, and show you how different they actually are. Can you see how high shine this one is, the original one? But actually on this, you've got much more of that mattified effect. So it's giving it a real different kind of look and feel, really. But what I will say to you as well is, when Gem's worked with these, she's not just worked with them as headbands. We'll have a look at this piece in a moment. First things first, should we take a look at your price point? You've got 10 of the black, 10 of the antique copper. Your price point, 410. Again, we're doing them for around about 60p each. And look in this Fascinator how you've used them. Tell us about this, Gem, and how you didn't just use them as a hair base.
Well, I was experimenting with them. They're new to me, and I thought, I wonder what their limits are and what, you know, how I can use them. And so I started to bend and see how easy or hard they were to bend. And I've got to be honest, they're very difficult to bend.
Yeah, because they're super durable, aren't they?
Yeah, so you can't really plan the shape you want to get, you know. But you can just, I just bent one, realised I couldn't do what I was thinking I'd do with it, but thought, well, hang on, if I just carry on, I'm bound to come up with some sort of shape.
Yeah.
And then I liked it being quite organic and modern like that, really. It's like a sculpture, isn't it, on the side of a Fascinator.
It really is. It reminds me of the kind of incredible headwear we were seeing years ago at the Royal Wedding. You know, the very structural, quite out there designs, actually.
Yeah, but I love that sort of thing. You know?
Yeah, of course you do.
Keep it. Just tone it down a little bit sometimes, but that, you know, that works for me. I like it like that.
I love that sort of thing. And if you do want to give this kind of creation this type of look, then you can here today. Last set for you right there, right now, with the black and that wonderful antiques copper. Loads of you with this who've already checked out, and please, as always, encouraging you to check out your baskets, because at approximately 60p each, that is a great deal. And if I just remind myself exactly of that well-known store, you all know the one I mean, the kind of prices they're looking at the moment, because they do vary, don't they? And qualities vary, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been making tiaras for a long time, so I've been buying my bases. I've bought them all over, and the quality does vary massively, and also like the size and whether they tarnish, whether the paint chips. You know, there is such a massive list of things that could possibly not be great about them, you know. So it's nice to just be able to buy them somewhere where you trust. Well, one, you know, you trust that it's going to have good quality, but two, you also trust that if it's not, you can send it back. If you're not happy, there's no problem with sending something back, is there?
No, definitely.
You know, so it's, you know, you've got that sort of confidence then when you purchase, which is great.
Which is a great thing.
I rarely shop around now, so that's when people ask me to price compare. I'm really bad because I don't really need to. Yeah.
Debbie's asking, are the new tiara bands round or flat, please? They are round, as you will hopefully be able to see if I give them a little whoop. The older ones are flat. We might still have some of those available if you want to, but I've just gone on that well-known site. They've got a sale on, and they've got their headbands in at the moment, which is a headband 3mm, and they are £3.50, and that's for one. I've got 20 here for £11.95. So that is a huge, huge, huge difference. It really, really, really is. And thank you, Debbie, for texting in. I hope you're having a nice one. £11.95 for you. And don't forget, you could always weave these in together, couldn't you?
Yeah, you can use 2 or 3 together.
2 of them together, yeah.
You know, you can do all sorts of macrame techniques around the 2 together as well, or you know, your wire work weaves in between 2 or 3, or in the double ones as well. Great for that. Yeah. I'm stitching some of the Swarovski crystals in between the bands that I've from earlier.
Yeah,
just to see what they look like.
I think they look stunning. Can I have a nosy at that when you're finished?
Yeah, I'll carry on and.
Brilliant. We'll be with you in about 20 from my vision. 20 minutes.
Where's the day gone?
It's flown, hasn't it, today? Well done, everybody. £11.95 on those. Okay.
How about I bring to you the gemstones that we did, what we were meant to do as part of the kit earlier, but we ran out of time because there's so many new things. Now this is the one used in the Fascinator, which I think has been taken away to be photographed, but it was the one that essentially had all of the gemstones in. You got loads of gems in this gem, and some of them adorning your head right now, in fact.
Yes, they are, yes.
They are.
Yes,
so tell us a little bit about the gems you got in this collection.
The gems are gorgeous. You know, they're great. They were great. I couldn't use them all up. I've got a big bag of them somewhere that I couldn't use, you know, but those lapis are gorgeous.
They're these are what you have in your headpiece at the moment.
Yeah.
Loads and loads in here. They go perfectly with the blue bases, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They fit really well, and also they mimic the feather, the eyes of the feather as well. So they're great to use in this design.
Yeah. So they've worked really beautifully within there. This is your lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. You've got approximately 320 carats worth on there. I'm going to bring to you a selection of pearls, actually. I'm going to go, because I think these work so well. You've got the champagne and the blue. Now, if that isn't just your lapis lazuli in organic form, I do not know what is. That is idyllic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful combination. In fact, there's lots of combinations in there that work really well.
Now, why is that a good thing to have lots of combinations, Jam?
Well, particularly, you know, in the variety of things I make, you know, I work with all sorts of mediums. It's good to have a bundle that can sort of cross over any colour I've got to work with, any texture I've got to work with, style. And that this bundle's really diverse. It's, you know, you've got all sorts. You have lots and lots and lots of combinations.
Yes.
So you can see I've used them in, every Fascinator has them in somehow. And they're all such different colours. So, yeah, apart from that one, you know.
Apart from the one I tried to look at.
I do think you're wrong
But yeah, in my
there,
headpiece as well, there are some in there too.
Yeah.
So you have got a mammoth amount of strands here, as you can see. Your lapis, 4 strands of your genuine pearls, and yes, they are all genuine. You've also got in here a double strand, which I think is phenomenal. Look at that, clear quartz, double strand of your small nuggets, and it gives a glow and a brightness that I really think could set off the golden and the silver bases we did for you earlier on. You know, the round and the pear bases, a real gorgeous glow to those. And because of that clarity, they just go with everything, don't they? Picking up that colour and really magnifying it. I've also got in here for you, where to go next? There's so much gloriousness. I'm going to do the blacks for now. But this is absolutely stunning. Look at the quality of that. It looks a bit like those diamonds I brought to you now and again. Wow, that must have got the magpie in you.
Oh, absolutely. I love those. I love those.
They are elegant, aren't
they just add that dazzle, don't they?
Yeah.
And they're great as spacer beads as well. You know, wonderful in between pearls or in between anything.
Yeah.
They look great.
I think for the workmanship and the size of these as well, I would expect this to be classed as one of our micro-faceted strands, which for your spinel, $19.95 start price. But I know the price of the entirety of this, and I think it's phenomenal. I'm also bringing to you the Mozambique garnet, which is absolutely idyllic. It's kind of tricky for you to be able to see in this light, I'll be honest with you. It looks much darker through your TV screens or your tablet screens than it does in real life. But genuinely, Gem, stick up for me here. The colour is wow,
the colour of that is amazing. Yeah, I almost forgot. I can't believe I almost forgot to tell you about that. That is phenomenal. The colour is beautiful. I mean, I've got a bit of a passion for garnet anyway, but
yeah, you do.
It is just beautiful. It's it's really so small, but it's got such massive colour. You know, a lot of impact.
It's got a lot of. It's delicate, but a lot of character to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's got loads of clarity as well. It's
amazing
amount of
clarity.
Included. It's lovely. It's really lovely.
Yeah, phenomenal, beautiful look to those ones. And last but by no means least, a really, really unusual one for me to end on. But I love it. I think it's really cool.
Isn't it pretty?
I really, really adore this. This is your Mystic Quartz. Have a little look at it. And this is not normally me at all, but I just can't avoid it today. That is mystical, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really pretty. What's great with that as well is it's neither pink nor red, but it's both, and so you can use it with either. You know, I like that about it.
Yeah.
And purple, you can use it in purple. In fact, it would look great with the purple opal from earlier.
It's incredible, isn't it? So we've got here for you your genuine mystic quartz, your genuine natural nuggets of quartz. You've got natural white pearls here, 2 strands. You've got your gold delicate pearls, and you've got that beautiful blue pearl, genuine lapis lazuli, stunning sparkling spinel, and that Mozambique garnet. Your price point. Wait. That's 9 strands. This is how I do my 9 times table. So that's isn't that only like £6 each per strand? That's ridiculously good already. We are going to make this so impressive. No, I thought I knew the price. I'll be honest, I was slightly off. This is way lower. This is lower than even I thought we were going to. I had $34.95 in my head for some reason. $29.95. That's for 9 strands, ladies and gentlemen. So per strand, £3.33 recurring, isn't it? £3.33.
It's brilliant.
That is absolutely incredible. Nowhere else would I imagine to buy such a rich, intense Mozambique garnet for £3.33. Or natural strands of your pearl, natural in their colour and beautiful in their pearl essence. I would not expect to be spending just £3.33 on a genuine gemstone quartz. If you love your genuine gemstones, then treat yourself to goodies like this, because it is a deal, because it is a bargain, and because you do, you know, like the intrigue, like the difference, like the impact of goodies like this. I think that is an incredible price. It really, truly, truly is.
It is phenomenal. I think, you know, I could pick the garnet and the faceted black spinel and be happy to pay, you know, the £15-ish each for those. So £29 in a bundle, those two. Maybe pearls, but everything. It is such a great price.
And you know, you were talking about combos.
Yes.
I just wonder if we can combo through these, okay? So I'll pop them back up here. And basically the combinations we were talking about, how it almost makes it go really, really far. I would think, would you do this or not?
Yeah, they work great together.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking super duper sparkle.
Yeah.
If you want to put that mystic quartz and the spinel together.
Very nighttime.
What if you want it, what theme were you looking for? And tell me the gems and I'll pick them up.
Sorry, what?
What kind of, I'm going for a bit of sparkle pop here.
Okay, I'm going for casual day wear.
Okay, let's go casual day wear. What are you going for then? What are we saying?
I'm going to go for the chips and the lapis lazuli.
Oh, and how would we put these together?
I'd do a big cluster of chips and then a couple of lapis lazuli and just alternate them round in about an 18-inch necklace, I think.
Oh, I like that idea. So a really elongated kind of popping on over your top.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah.
Like that idea. Okay, I'm going to go for ancient. So I'm going to go for the lapis lazuli with the golden pearls, because I think that's very kind of Egyptian, ancient Cleopatra, big eyeliner. So that's my look. Where are you going to go?
I'm going to go for Mother of the Bride now.
Oh, perfect. Perfect for the day.
And I'm going to do the blue pearls and the white pearls.
Oh, blue pearls and white pearls. Yeah. Now, would you do those in a Fascinator piece, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. You can definitely go blue and white for a Fascinator, but I think they look great. It would look great with the blue pearls just spacing out the white pearls, or even a strand of the blue pearls with just a couple white pearls in the centre.
Yeah.
They look great twisted like that as well, don't
they?
They
really do, actually, don't they?
In fact, twist the red in with them as well. They look really sort of nautical and...
Just to add a little, let me just show that.
Or even...
With the Mozambique, would you? I probably would, just to be a little bit different. And what are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's very British.
It is, isn't it? It is, absolutely, yeah. I love, you can actually see the quality of that Mozambique garnet better against that white.
Yeah, you do. You need to separate them. I almost wish they were on a white strand. because the pink strand almost stops you from seeing the colour.
I think that's a great point to make, actually. Yeah, maybe that's what you'd want to do when you get these home.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm getting that strand of Mozambique garnet for $3.33.
That's incredible.
Absolutely incredible. Well done to all of you for coming and come on in and got this. It is an absolute world away from the usual looks, usual collections we would do. I can't even think of the last time I did a kit, which this is. I know we're doing a bit late, but we ran out of time. But this is from the kit that Gemma was working on earlier. I cannot remember a time or recall a time that I have done 9 strands as part of a kit.
No.
You really did get a lot of things, didn't you, for this, mate?
It's not very often Pip actually rings to apologise.
Yeah.
For how much he sent me. It's like, I don't really think that's something you apologise for, is it? You know, but yeah. I just felt very privileged.
A glorious look and effect with these. Well done to every single one of you. That is a bargainacious collection. Pete's just given me a chain, have you, Brother Pete? How are you feeling now, Brother Pete? Still no better. Oh, I'm sorry. Stop it. This is going to sell out. This is going to sell out. This is like the best chain I've ever seen. This is going to sell out. Gem, get ready to fall head over heels. You're going to adore this if you've not seen it before. Sterling silver gemstone chain.
Yeah. I have it.
You have it!
Is it the amethyst?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
How did I know that you were going to love this so much?
I bought it the other day.
Did you?
Yeah. I've been really shopping a lot recently, haven't I?
Oh, hey, worth it. Look at this. That is not, I don't think, a gemstone chain. This is a ready-done necklace and bracelet.
Yeah, and earrings.
And earrings.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
50 centimetres worth you've got here. Okay, they're about to sell out. What? $24.95. That is absolutely incredible. I'd pay that for just one ring of these. 4 left, about to sell out. Sorry about that. 1 left. Well done, everyone. Okay, next up. Moving on. Sorry, that is a goner. 0. That was a quick one, wasn't it? Okay, we're going to emerald. What on earth? Okay, this is going to be another really quick one again. This is astonishing. Under £60 this is. That is absolutely incredible. Colombian emerald. Can I just ask you, can I just tell you something? Okay, I am one of those people who I absolutely love and adore very, very, very special gemstones, and I am a fan of emerald. But by far my favourite variety of emerald in the world is the Colombian, because of its crispness, because of its richness, and I know it sounds a bit snobby, and I'm genuinely not a snob at all, but I am a little bit when it comes to gemstones, if I'm honest. But Colombian emerald, I buy it because of the status. Because I know that for a lot of people, gem collectors all around the world, this is the variety they will go for. £58.95 is the price point that I brought this to you for before. However, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's one of those gems that, well, I want everyone to own it. And I don't really know why I feel that way. I always describe it as, it's like, you know, when you find a really good book or a really good band or a really good TV program, and you love it so much that you just can't help but tell everyone about it. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about this strand. The freshness, the beauty, the boldness of you, and I want you all to be able to own it. No elbows, please. I'm not messing around here. I'm not having you on here. £60 is a great deal. £19.95. I said no elbows! £19.95 for you on this today. That is
above and beyond. What is the money back on that, please, for me? Maths is not a strong point. No, maths is not a strong point. You're going to have to work. You're going to have to get a calculator out. £39 back in your pocket for Colombian emerald. The difference in price, now I don't have that slide for you, but in fact I should be able to do it for you right here, right now, because I think this is something people should be able to look at themselves if they want to. Brazil emerald, there we go. Sorry, that's me spelling aloud. I know, not the best. Okay, so Brazil emerald. Let's go into the shopping section of my search engine. Okay, these are all different things like rings and jewellery and everything else, but £61, £35, £65, £5, 44, £3, 30. You've got some rough nuggets here as well. Those ones are 1937, but they're just rough nuggets. And then let me have a little look. I'm going to change one word here. So that was Brazilian emerald. So, you know, prices... highest I had there was what, 61, lowest I had was like 19. Now Colombian, because I just need to show you that there is a big difference there. First one that comes up, and it's a ring, just like the first one I read to you before, it's £61, £66,227. The one next to that, natural Colombian emerald, £29,000. Next one, a used ring, interesting, £5,916. The one after that, £8,750. The one after that, £36,988. And I'm not missing any of those prices out, just like I didn't with the Brazilian ones. It's just price after price after price. So essentially, the lowest price we saw on the Brazilian ones were £19 something, and the lowest price I've just read out to you then was a used ring, £5,916. That's a big difference, isn't it? But that is the status. Okay, they're going to sell out. I mean, quickly, flip it. Please, please, please do add these to your order when you can. It's not something we get to get our hands on often at all. And the beauty of it is so different. Don't get me wrong. Brazilian emerald itself is lovely, but it's a very different kettle of fish. It's a completely different kettle of fish. It really is. It can be very, very deep and dark in tone and is very prone to speckles and differences in saturation tone throughout each gem, but this hasn't. This is clean, this is crisp, and yes, it's natural. Really important to say, it is natural. We haven't, you know, dyed this or pumped it full of glass or anything else like that. We really haven't. It's natural. Incredible price drop today. If you don't check this out by 8 AM, you will be paying that £59 for it. £19.95, final opportunity. I would be buying that all day long. Probably selling it on. Just me. Okay, I'm gonna bring to you, which one did you say, lovely? Oh, wow. These are a bit different. Gem, different bit of texture and feel to these ones. Yeah. And I have a feeling that you're going to be able to give us some good inspiration. What are you thinking with these ones, please?
They're great with textiles, I think, because you can get iridescent textiles, but if you've got a matte textile and then you put those in with it, it really lifts it. So, yeah, I like them with other textures to sort of add all that dynamism, you know, all the difference. And
yeah, I like that. Yeah. That idea of kind of the fluidity of the fabric and then the strength of these.
Yeah, but also I think how it feels, you know, how it sort of... And they're nice and weighty as well, so if you're using them in amongst fabrics and mediums like that, it's going to add some weight and character then to it as well. But also with just big chain links, they look great. Just a big chain link in between each one, looks brilliant.
Price is rolling down. Okay, okay. Now this is a real gemstone at the heart of it. We've applied a little bit of a coating, we've added a little bit of look to this. Your price point today on this gem, £3.95.
That's great. I'll tell you what, I've got loads of those shards, you know.
Oh, I adore those.
They look great just in between those, like 3 shards, one of those, 3 shards, just mix them up, that'd look nice.
I've been staring at your neckline piece pretty much all day, and I think
these colours go great with what you've got on.
Yeah, exactly. And this is with the abalone.
Yeah.
So it's all off slanty again. Yeah, so with abalone it looks great.
Yeah.
Because it's got that iridescence and those colours as well.
Yeah, it really, really does. A great opportunity for you here. $3.95 today, everyone. A lovely. And let me just show you, with the kit we've just had on earlier, quite a few of those colours actually you can pick out in the elements with this, like the Mystic quartz I did for you, even the likes of the beautiful blue pearls. I think we're going fun with this, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. See, they're great stash essentials, those, aren't they? You can put them with anything you bring up next.
That is wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Brilliant.
I really like this opportunity that we've got here. Loads of you checking out on those ones. And at just £3.95 for you. It's a wondrous opportunity. Good one, everyone. I promised you that it was going to be newness, and I'm going to do another new for you. Now, I know you... In fact, have you? I'm sure it's almost definitely that you have worked with ones very similar to this, but maybe not in this colourway. Am I right in saying that,
Oh,
Jen?
yeah.
You have, haven't you?
Yeah, I do. I might have had those.
You might have had this colourway,
yeah,
mightn't you?
Yeah.
Tell me what you loved about these ones, please.
Well, they're really springy and soft, you know, so they're great, especially for children, you know, so because they almost feel like plastic. They're not. They're a metal core, but they got that lovely springiness. They'll hold, but they got a nice spring and not too tight. So they're great for children.
Yes.
They're also, because they're covered in silk, there's no metallic at all, so you haven't got to hide anything.
No.
And if you put anything onto them, like a bow or a ribbon or a bead, it sits really nicely. It doesn't move around because it's got that friction because of the fabric.
Yeah.
So there's loads of benefits to using those.
And just to let you know, our graphics have gone down. Slight technical issue, but don't worry. We're unplugging it and plugging it back in again, or what you have to do. So hopefully we'll be able to get these up for you in a moment. Just stay where you are for me. With this, you have this lovely wrap detail, finished off really nicely at the ends there with a little bit of fabric, very similar to how Gem did, herself with the flowers, the feathers, earlier on.
Yeah.
You've got that kind of nooked design, let's say. It goes around at an angle there really beautifully. And if I hold it for you like that, you'll see that sheen. Now the sheen's attractive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous, and it goes with all your sort of, you know, all your taffetas and lace and satins and silks. You know, that's what, you know, especially weddings, that's what it all is, isn't it? All those textures, and it's perfect. It's just perfect.
It really, really, really will give a lovely look. And quite a good base as well with the feel of it, because possibly for anyone who has got slightly fine hair, because of the fabric against it as opposed to the metal, maybe less slippage.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely more friction, yeah. And that applies, to the hair as well as to the gemstones and anything you add to it. Yeah, definitely a good point,
I think these are absolutely beautiful in that baby blue look, and we did actually have some new headbands on for you earlier on as well. These were the purely metallic ones, but I just wanted to show you them alongside to be able to show you that these ones we're doing for you now, which we think are new by themselves. They might have just only been done in kits before, but you can see those ones are flattened, and these ones also, these ones are new, and these came in the collection that we had earlier on for you. But you can see how different they are with the flattened detail. These ones slightly more subdued, and these ones purely metal. If you do like that fabric finish, that fabric look, then these are the ones for you to be able to get your hands on. Now, do you know what? I've had so many other gems that would look beautiful with this. If you did want to maybe pop something, do you remember these, Jen? The topaz. God, sit on there, you mischievous little kitten. But look at something like that.
Wow. That would be incredibly high-end, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't do that many. Oh, no, I would not be doing that many, unless I was keeping it for myself and for very special occasions. Yeah. But, yeah, I think that really sets that colour off, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, yeah. It really sort of gives it vitality, doesn't it? Well, it's the same running through, so it amplifies it then even more.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Truly, truly does. We are having an issue bringing these headbands to you at this moment in time. I'm so sorry, but we're trying. We're trying. My producer, Phil, is ringing management as we speak, so hopefully we'll be able to sort it out for you in a moment or two. We've only got a few minutes left anyway, Gem. How's that headband coming along?
Yeah, I've just stopped because I've got to tidy it ready for whoever's coming in next.
Okay.
But do you want to have a peek
Well,
over
yeah,
there?
yeah. Should we have a little look? We have a little look at this. Oh, wowzers. Jem, that is
I can't
absolutely
remember what the
beautiful.
technique's called, but it's the same. It's like a macrame technique.
So can you explain to us how you've done this? This is on one of our new double headbands that we brought to you earlier on. And the double ones that we brought were the ones that are attached at the bottom, and you actually got this in a set. So you got 10 double ones and 10 single ones that look very similar to this one, but obviously it will be in a matching colour. So tell us what you've done with these, and these are with the Swarovski crystals, that we had in our first kit earlier on.
So those I've got a length of wire that is going both directions through the gemstones, so crossing over through the gems, and then catching either side of the headband. So they just loop round the side of the headband, you thread the gems on both ends of the wire
In
through.
fact, if I spin it here, you might be able to see that at the end, mightn't you?
Yeah.
You can see that. So that one's coming from the bottom.
Yeah.
And this one from the top.
That's it.
Sorry, hands in the way.
They both go through the gems, and that's great about the Swarovski crystals as well, is that they got the large drill holes so you can get both wires through. And then they wrap around, just hug the sides and pull those in. And I have widened it out slightly at the centre to get more concentrated sort of sparkle in the centre, and then gradually trying to taper it back in.
That is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, did you see that rainbow of colour then with the dispersion? Can I ask you what why you've worked with this? Is this your 0.4?
Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, that's 0.4 and in that champagne gold, which is great to go through there and tones in nicely with the headband as well.
In terms of the colour of those ones also.
Yeah.
And so that would mean that really with these you can get a 0.8 through then?
Yeah.
Easily?
Yeah, easily. Some of the smaller, I think you can go up to a 1 mil with the larger bicones. And definitely an 8 mil with the smaller ones.
Really? What about with the hearts?
With the hearts, and they had quite a good drill hole as well. I can't remember what I managed to get through them, but I'd say at a minimum be 0.8. I think they might be slightly larger actually.
Yeah. I think that is a really glorious detail and look that you've got with that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Really beautiful, and with the spacers too.
Yeah, they're just adding that little extra gold element, aren't they?
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
I'd give that a bit more planning, I think, and plan out the design before I started weaving it, if I was doing it again. But, it's trial and error, isn't it?
Definitely.
Experimenting. But
Definitely.
Do some great techniques in between. I love those double hairbands. Really pleased with those.
So you'd add these into the likes of your fascinators?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and tiaras, that would be a great tiara. Very subtle for a bride, lovely. Not everybody wants a sticky epi tiara.
No, you're right. You could do something super delicate with these, but because of that sparkle, it's going to give a real interesting look, isn't it?
Yeah, they're lovely. They're definitely going in my collection anyway.
Yes.
Both the crystals and the hairbands.
Yeah. And the pearls, obviously.
And the pearls are already in my collection.
They're already in your collection, yeah. You've got a lot of things in your collection.
I know. I've just picked up another order. I seem to be taking over out there.
Is there anything at the moment that you're just going to time and time again?
Pearls.
They've just captivated
quite
you.
a lot recently, yeah. And the sterling silver. Right.
Yeah, I think.
Can't help.
And the opals, you're getting more attached to, aren't you?
Opals is. I mean, I bought the QP, the opals, and the more considered purchase. So I'll have to just keep those for a little while.
Keep those for special occasions.
They're mine though.
Oh, are they? They're not to be gifted.
Oh yeah, there'll probably be some after I've made what I want to make to gift. Maybe. What's that?
I love how
I'm gonna have to need to sell some.
You're making your own first, and then we'll see after that.
But why not?
Why not?
I make for the show all the time, and I make to sort of demo and show ideas,
and to pass on.
And then when you get some ideas, you think, well, that I'm going to have that one for me.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's so lovely.
So, I usually end up giving them away though, because somebody will say, we really like that, but not the pearls, they're mine.
They are yours.
They're mine, yeah.
And are they going to be your heirloom piece? By the way, we're talking about these, which were the deal of the day pearls. Sorry, I'll show you what we're talking about here. These ones, they're staying for you.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
They are your pieces.
They are mine, and then my son's, and then his, you know, or his wife, or my niece, or that's, yeah.
It's so lovely. Those were your deal of the day pearls. If you've just tuned in, they're so high quality. And you see how these have got the, what's it called, the knots in between. They've got that traditional pearl knotting that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, which gives a gorgeous movement to them. And in fact, if I show you in comparison, this is why we pearl knot, or one of the reasons, is to do with the movement. So this is one that isn't, these are the deal of the day. This is one that isn't pearl knotted. You'll be able to see it moves nicely, but it's definitely got a stiffness to it. Whereas with this one, which is pearl knotted, the movement of it is completely and absolutely different, isn't it? So a really glorious look to these, and that's one reason that we will pearl knot, because of that beautiful fluidity. And also, in case anything happens, you don't want, in particular on very high-end pearls like the deal of the day, to just lose one. You are an absolute... I'm so sorry, by the way, graphics are just being silly Billy, so we're not going to be able to bring these to you. I do apologise, but we've got loads more coming up in the show and lots more coming up tomorrow. Gem, you're an absolute love. Thank you so much for today. It's been wonderful.
That's great.
When are you with us next, please?
Next Wednesday for a show. I'm here all weekend because I've got workshops all weekend this weekend.
Okay.
But I'm in for a show on Wednesday, and I believe it's a morning show.
Really?
I think so. Can't
Well,
remember.
how very dare you leave me? But I'll let you off this time. So Wednesday we're back in to see you.
Wednesday.
Workshops coming up?
I've got quite a few now. If you look online, there's quite a few. But tomorrow, on Sunday, I'm covering Linda doing Fascinators.
No way.
Linda's in here doing a huge launch.
That is so exciting. Brilliant. We will, I'll be there. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Thank you, Gemma, for today. And don't forget, we will take pictures of everything that has been up on air for you. Thank you for joining me today. I've had a really wonderful time. More Swarovski crystals coming up, and for you tomorrow, where I will be joined by the glorious Rachel Norris on the Mid Show. I will see you then. Have a really safe evening. Stay tuned. Have a good one.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker. Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on Jewellery Maker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something that you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional.